Not showtime.
Yeah, it's showtime now. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Welcome to Critically Drinking. I'm your host, Rashawn, and together we look to set a high bar for conversation and conceptualization every single stream. But today, as you can see, I am here with the ghost of Kawaii Bree 123, un la fantasma de Kawaii Bree. How are you doing today, lady?
Did you just call me a ghost in Spanish?
Mm-hmm. I did.
Well, that's great. I feel ghosty though. I do feel like a ghost. So hello, everybody. I think I need some sunlight.
Need some sunlight, feeling a little ghosty. You
Yeah, I
feeling a little
need to go
pasty, a
outside.
little pearly,
I'm feeling a little dusty,
a little dusty.
little dark. Like I feel like I need sun. Like I feel like I need to be
Okay.
charged up.
That's what's up. That's what's up. Wally is in the building. Wealth Talk Productions. I just saw you. I was watching from the clouds. I saw you over there with Jay and another guy. I can't remember the other guy's name. First time I seen him. But I was checking y'all out, but I didn't feel like getting in the comments. So, that's bad on me because I'll be complaining about that. But I did ghost watch y'all for a quick little minute. Hopefully you're
We
doing
always
well,
said
bro.
you had a God complex.
For me, I do.
Hmm.
I got problems.
Well, watching
But
from the clouds is completely appropriate.
I mean, it is, but then I can't also complain about everybody else watching from the clouds, which is what I do quite often. So it's hypocritical.
But see, if you're a god, then they below you, so they don't get the right to watch it from the clouds.
That's
Only
true.
you.
That's very true. But I'm trying to be also I'm a demigod. I am human too. What is up,
You trying
Sim
to be like
Simmer in the
Jesus?
building? Right.
Hey, you trying to be like
I have
Jesus?
I have to acknowledge that I am human. I am flawed. I gotta live with that truth. Gotta live with that truth. But I want to work the poll real quick. Y'all know I like getting up on the poll first thing in the stream. Now that I figured out how, got to give me a little warm up exercise. But I'm
Hey.
about to ask a question. Let me see. Work the poll. Why am I hearing myself? Oh no. Give me a second. There we go. Start a poll. Let's work this poll real quick. Bam. All right, Bree. But while I am putting the poll questions in, why don't you tell everybody about the conversation that you had yesterday? Because I thought it was really great. I went and did timestamps for it, but it
Oh,
continued
that
on
one.
from the spiritual conversation. I thought that was really cool. I really enjoyed that.
I thought you was talking about my Jesus conspiracy theory. I was like, oh my
Oh, now that
god.
was a good one too. That was a good one too. We might.
We was also other
That'll
shit.
derail the
We was really
stream. That'll derail the
we
stream.
was we was also other shit with that one. I was like, I don't know if I mean, it's a fun. That's how I read the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
But what part in particular? I mean, I feel like I talked about a lot.
Well, you
I
did. Well,
talked
mostly
about
you
being
talked
in
about
my
anxiety. Maybe that'd be the thing
my
to talk
anxious
about.
state. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's giving lamb. You know what I mean? I feel, like when I'm stressed out, I feel like a lamb. I
Mm-hmm.
always wonder if I'm wandering into a slaughterhouse. That is anxiety. So that's
Yeah.
kind of what I was talking about. What's that on your
Well,
head? Ketchup and mustard.
no, see, this is called a brunet. This is a brunet. Instead of a bonnet, it's a brunet. It is a protective hairstyle, so I get to keep my hair from being damaged with the headphones. So I wear my brunet to protect my hair. So that's what that is. That started with a conversation on AK on Fire, Abraham from people that are in our little circle. Him, Hanifa, my aunt, and some others were having a conversation about women and the bonnets and weaves. And after that, I was like, you know what? I'm in solidarity. I'm going to start wearing brunettes, some protective hairstyles, and for the most part, I wore them for like 2 months straight. I think, like different colors. And after that, I just kind of off and on do it when I just don't feel like doing my hair. It's not protective really. It's not protective. It's really just bro lazy. So that's what it is a lot of times. But that's what that is.
But yeah. No, I'm highly anxious right now. So, but these conversations are great. They give me something to do. I don't have anything to do. Like I really don't.
Mm, okay.
And I hate
So
it.
for you,
It's
I
making
thought
me
you had
highly
lots to
anxious.
do.
I do, but I can't do anything. So I can't do I'm
Got
stuck.
you. Oh, Oh no, that's what I'm calling it, Sim Sim. That's my cute little language for it. You know, I like to make
What's
up
the
stuff. It's
technical
just
name for it though?
a wave cap. That's all it is a wave
It's a
cap.
wig cap.
Wave
Wig.
cap.
They all the
Wave.
same.
Wave cap. It's not nylon, it's like spandex. So I think the wig caps are nylon, but this is a wave
Yeah, they
cap.
are.
And I have it came with do-rags too. It came with matching colored do-rags and wave caps. So I only wear the wave caps because I don't
That's
keep my hair.
cute.
It's not bad. It's not bad.
Men
But
are so uncomfortable with stuff like that.
I mean, typically, I
Being cute.
I had to get over that, Brie. I promise you. I went through such a journey of not caring, like, because I cared so much.
Right.
I cared so much for so long, and I got overwhelmed. And I really think that's what a lot of guys need to embrace, because I think a lot of us are really just like we're like
just
caught
shut
up.
Down.
Yeah, and it's not healthy, and it
Right.
shuts you off from a lot of things that you actually would enjoy in life because you're so shut down from all of the fear of judgment. So
yeah, and that's kind of what I was talking about. I think being in an anxious state makes you you have to narrow your worldview.
Yes.
I think it fits into what we were what we're gonna have to talk about, what we're gonna talk about today. How he get that?
I'm trying to make lemon on your dough.
You gotta do it, so it's giving lemon. Oh, see, there you go. Lemonade, yeah. When life gives you lemons, make coffee.
Make coffee. Yeah, so I'm wearing my just salute to Yellow Peel. Just I ain't wear my colors in a minute, so wanted to throw them on.
Yeah, he's
They've
in the
seen
game.
that getting dusty.
He's in the game.
Gaming a lot. He's in the game.
So yeah. No, but I just think this conversation is going to fit with that, because I don't think a lot of people realize they're highly anxious and depressed in the first place. And I do think being in that constant state makes you have to think a certain way to protect your mind. Yeah. But it also limits you a lot. So when you're really anxious, you have to narrow your worldview to survive. But that also limits like what you're able to see and engage with.
True. That is very true. So anybody, go check out that conversation that Kawhi Bree did, because grounding, dealing with anxiety, there was a lot of religious allegory, like, or breakdown in that, as far as like the visualizations and stuff.
It was a little blasphemous.
Somewhat, there was some of that in there, but over on Kawhi Bree Can't Relate, of course, it's linked on my page through channels, or you can go over to the community tab where I specifically posted that stream. And again, there are, for you people that are time crunched, there are time stamps. And good afternoon, Inya. I know it's like 5 minutes till it's time to put the kids to bed, so it's good to see you. Glad you could stop in. Glad you could hang
Sun's
for a minute.
Getting real low.
It's getting real low, big guy.
Midday sky level. Yeah.
Hey, I actually did get some grounding today. It felt great.
Did you go outside? Did you do the outside one? Like you went out in the grass?
Touch grass
with your shoes off? There are a few techniques. I do like the outside one. I need to go stand in some grass today. I'm gonna go do that. I'm gonna go stand in some grass with the shoes off.
Yeah, after this, I gotta definitely get some stuff done. So I'll be outside too. Not going barefoot through the grass. I'm at this apartment complex. I'm not doing it here because the dogs. They got a lot of dogs and there's a lot of cow patties out there. So no, I'm not about to be out there with my shoes off. So I have my shoes off. For me, all channels are productive, but as for the people on the panels towards each other, it's just the ego showing, ego show. All right, that's somebody calling during my live. Y'all know, man.
Grass in the park.
I don't know why people they want to wait till now to call my live. Give me a second. I gotta let y'all know how I feel when people call me when I'm live.
Stop calling me when I'm live. I'm gonna block you. Stop calling me when I'm live. You're not more important than what I'm doing. All right? Stop calling my phone when I'm live. I don't like that. Coon, calling me when I'm live.
Calling me when I'm live. I just like don't understand.
Damn, they obviously probably not watching the live if they calling him. What you doing?
Nah, it was my older sister. She saw my mother yesterday, so I'm sure she wanted to check in with me, and I'm like, I'm busy. And if she called me while I was on stream, oh, don't let me find out she called intentionally while I was on stream. Oh my God.
I don't think people do that. I don't think people would do that.
My family would. My family would, just to see if they could get you to answer the phone. I got a crazy family.
See, let me not.
Mr. He Said is in the building. Man, what is up? Salute to you. Salute to the wife. Salute to Harris Tribe Media Group. Definitely check them out. Hello, and Nay, hello. Good to see you. It was gross, but it was fake grass in the park. Oh, okay.
No, she said it was grass. She said it was grass, not it was gross.
It was grass. Oh,
coming out.
It was grass, but it was fake grass. Okay, so it was like AstroTurf. AstroTurf. Yeah. Okay. Got you. All right.
I guess it still works. It's AstroTurf. I think dirt is important to it, but it could work. I think it still works. If the AstroTurf was on the ground, yeah, it works.
Yeah. So I want to let everybody know. We be out here. We be thinking, or we be thinking that we're thinking, and we be failing. We be failing at thinking. These panel conversations, Bree, that me and you are a part of sometimes. We see a lot of stop! Don't make that noise. Don't make that noise.
You ain't see me on no panels.
You used to do some panels. Don't make me pull up Omawale. Don't make me pull up Omawale.
You forced me to do that, but go ahead.
I didn't force you. I ain't never met you. I couldn't force you to do nothing.
You challenged me, and you knew I was gonna. You know how I am.
Yeah, and I'm glad you did. Something good, something great came of it. Because women do not apologize. It was so wonderful to hear that moment. And it resounded around the world as O'Shea Duke Jackson broadcasted to hundreds of thousands of people. So that was really great. But we have hours of opinion every single day in our little small sector of Black YouTube. A smattering of facts, a few statistics without any qualification, and a lot of faulty problem identifications stuck in there. On top of all that, we have the inability to agree upon mutually understood definitions and any conclusions, or actually adopt these plans and put them into action. And I do have some proof, everybody. Before we get into it, I did bring some proof that our conversations are unproductive. Before we get to the number, because I actually reduced it. I had 30. We're going to cut the biases off because I have 15, actually 18 cognitive distortions that we're going to go over today. But before that, I'm going to offer you proof of what I'm talking about, that these conversations are unproductive. I'm curious to see your 15 reasons. Was it something you and Bree agreed on? No, but I did. I sent it to Bree. And so she did have time to review it. So these are
accepted. These are accepted facts in the realm of deductive, reasoning, logic, debate, philosophy. These are accepted things. This isn't something we came up with. I should say that we are
getting ready to move some stuff around. The first thing before I get there, because I did not prep this part into my notes. This was going to be the overlay that was on when you guys came up. I was just going to have that up as the stream started, but I did not play the intro song. I just felt like doing a code open. But it's a dangerous thing to mistake speaking without thought for speaking the truth. And I believe that was apropos to, talking about the YouTube panel conversations, because a lot of people believe that them just speaking off the cuff is them speaking truth. They oftentimes label it as their truth, but, we know that's not good for much. The other thing, this was a stream that Yella did a while back. I don't even remember when, but I saw it when I was going through my photos. This is kind of what we're going to be talking about in a roundabout way. Transperspectivism. It's the way to seek an understanding of truth through other perspectives, traditions, and incorporating them into your own, which is what I'm trying to, my thesis today is pretty much that we lack this ability right here. My thesis is that we have all these countless hours of conversations and panel hopping, and we have an inability to understand through other people's perspectives, cultures, and traditions, and learn from them, grow from them, and incorporate those truths into our own reality to get better outcomes. So for the most part, that is my thesis today. Before I play this video I want to play, what you think about that, Bree? Do you think that's something we struggle? I know you know that's something we struggle with, but how do you feel about that?
I feel that, you know, a lot of people don't get a chance to explore. And, you know, we talk about the Jungian archetypes and being a innocent to the explorer to the sage. And I think because a lot of people don't have the exploration phase and are highly anxious, I think it's easier to, like, you put a wall up to other perspectives and ways of thinking, and like possibly people not existing in the same reality you exist in to some degree. So I think that, you know, that limits your ability to relate to other people, you know. So it's like kind of a never ending cycle.
Yeah, for sure. Hello, Risa, and hello, New Growth Old Soul. Appreciate y'all for both being in the building. And again, just a recap, we are about to play a quick video that I did add to the StreamYard, so I don't even have to pull up YouTube for this one. But it is my proof that these panel conversations are absolutely unproductive. So, and I will unpack that after this video.
White structure incarcerating the black male has continued doing this. She cannot live with us. It's not that we can't live with her.
Are you blaming us? Are you saying that it's our fault that this happened?
No, I'm not blaming black America women. I just said that I'm blaming the system. They are victims of the system like the black male.
Well, why do you say that we are castrating you? You say that you want to be the leaders. Okay, well, what about the black professional woman? Are you saying that there should be no black professional woman? Are you trying to deny black women the right to be creative, the right to function?
We're not asking for you to take a back seat.
That's what you
We're
said.
saying that you have got to be astute enough and can view the situation well enough where you just automatically know what your role is and step back. And whenever you want to have that aggressive thing, this is the thing that the young black man today is not going to tolerate. My old man tolerated it because his old man tolerated it. It came up for years and years and years. But today, the young black man is not going to take it. He's going to be out there as a leader. White America has used black women to keep the black male in his place. And you're still aiding him by saying, well, we are qualified, we want to work, we can help.
Okay, how are you going to reprogram men so that they don't let us take over what's supposed to be their responsibility? And men that I have had dealings with, they are perfectly willing to sit back and let us do anything we want to.
I don't think that you have to reprogram men. I think you have to reprogram women.
No, you have to reprogram the man so that he will forcefully take what belongs to him, because you know women, as long as we can get, we're going to get, and it's part of our being. We're going to do anything to you that you let us, whether we want to or not.
You don't want to live on the level of income that I can afford you in love. Me, on the basis of that, you want to always be aspiring to have all those things that's a part of the great middle-class white American society, and because I can't deliver these things to you, you say that you are not a man.
I don't measure a man by how much money he can bring home. I measure a man by how he treats me. Whether when I'm tired and I'm sick and I'm scared, he's there.
So good people, man. I definitely appreciate y'all for sitting with me through that video, because things have
I was
not
cackling the whole
changed.
time.
I bet, because there was some little nuggets in there that I know. And just real quick, I did get a message. I can drop the link, but we do have quite a bit to get through, so it'll probably be about an hour and a half. Let us get through this presentation, and we'll definitely drop the link if somebody does want to come up. Mr. He said they did talk about 22K Joe was up in there. Ralph Crandon had the same issues with Alice. Yeah, you were good. Ty Lieber in the building, and that was the 1950s. I think that was the late 1960s. Same conversation. There was something in there that specifically Anton in this whole little dust up this past week, they was talking about Anton saying the black woman is the greatest enemy, more so than white supremacy, which they talked about a little bit in there. So these conversations, these panel conversations have not been productive. So that was my proof. That lady at the end said that she wanted, like many people since and still today, for men to be there. I'm going to pull up the stat. There are a few men there now, but then there are not that many who have followed her, listened to her plea. I'm going to put that stat up, those stats up that were at the end, just in case anybody did not get a chance to read those. 4 in 10 older African Americans are either married or cohabitating. So that's 40%. 11% are unmarried but involved. 9.5% are unmarried and not romantically involved but open to it. The rest, 38%, neither have nor desire romantic involvement. So 40% don't have nor desire, and another 9.5 don't have but are open to it. That's about 50%. Just under 50% of the African American population is without a partner. So lots are single. More men than women are married or cohabitating, a gap that increases with advanced age across all age groups. African American women are more likely than their male counterparts to report that they neither have nor desire a romantic relationship. And as you remember, the lady said, I just want him to be there, but they're not there. Tell me, Bree, tell me. After you hearing that video, what do you think about the state of marriage, and I'll say cohabitation, because I don't want to hinder on marriage. Everybody doesn't believe in marriage. I don't believe everybody has to get married. But as far as coupling, I'll use that term. As far as coupling, where do you think we stand today? And where would you, your opinion, where do you think we need to go? What are some areas of improvement?
Yeah, I think the reason the couple up has changed, and I just don't think people have grown or changed with it. And I think we just kind of are still, maybe we're still in a transition phase. I'm not sure. That's a big ass beat. Hold on. Make sure that motherfucker ain't coming in here. Okay. Sorry. But I think people need to realize that the reasons to get married are different, and a lot of people aren't necessarily in survival mode. And I think survival mode makes a lot of things okay that usually aren't. So for me, like, I just never had a desire. I didn't grow up wanting to be married. I was indifferent to it. So I mean, if I never would have found a partner, I probably would have been in that 38% that just didn't desire or have a desire to be married. Like if it wasn't if my partner wasn't going to add value to my life, I was fine being by myself, because I didn't need someone to take care of me. I didn't need someone to like do those traditional survival mode things for me. So I was totally on the train of, well, if it don't happen, it just don't happen. And I think that's fine. I don't actually think that that's really as problematic as people want it to be, because I'm pro like children being like in health, raised in healthy partnerships. So I'm not really for just partnering up and like having kids for the sake of doing it. So I just feel like if people want to be there and people bring value to each other's lives, there's more of a chance that the children will also have a more stable and better life. So I think people just need to reframe why you're getting in partnerships and stop being pissed off because it's just different now. Like no one has to be with anyone for any, like, you know, like beyond reproduction, but it's like, no, everybody has the ability to become capable in their own right, which I think is a great thing. And I think people should try to do that and then partner up. But I think people are so like, they want to offload because life is hard and people just kind of would rather have help, you know, early on. And I think that that's kind of really what the problem is.
Yeah, I definitely agree for the most part. Why is it that when Black women, I gotta get a voice for this one. See, why is it that when the Black woman has a man who will and is there, they self-sabotage and run away. I had to get that 1968 kind of tonality on that.
But I think because that's the idea of you just your presence being enough, or you doing that, checking off boxes is enough. That doesn't mean that it's still gonna be a fit for that person. That's what I mean with modern relationships. It's not cut and dry. It is harder, and I'm not saying it's not annoying. It's just more nuanced than that. Like, for if a woman is capable, and if a woman, has this, then what that human wants in their other human to do life with is going to be nuanced. Like, there is going to be no rule about how to be the good partner for that person, if that makes sense. I think it's going to depend on that person's temperament and what really balances them out as a person. And that's also going to be different depending on your temperament and like your dynamic. So I think people are more so looking at the dynamic between the two instead of like those, well, you make this and you do this. And even though I know people say that, but I think the dynamic when you're in each other's presence is really important. And it's not something that it's not a concrete thing. It's not something you can know, until you do it.
And for me, there's a concept I'm coming up with, and I workshopped it with my crew, but I'm going to bring it probably public next week. But I'm calling it, I'm rebranding romance. So romance is relationships of marginal need and attraction. Let me see, relationships of marginal attraction and need cost extra. Mm-hmm. For me, that's the nuance that Bree is talking about. If you have a marginal attraction and a marginal need, which is mm-hmm. most of our relationships, I kind of like them. I like them, but I'm not over the top with it. Or if I don't need you, which is the whole thing that men are talking about. A woman says she don't need you. She don't need you. Well, a need is one reason for a person to be in a relationship. If it's not a need, then it's a want. And if that attraction is minimal or moderate, then you're going to have to compensate for that person to want to invest. Right now, a lot of people don't have a lot of needs or wants that the other person provides. A lot of times it's either sex or money, but a lot of other things we already come with. So romance is bridging that gap. Romance is trying to find ways to bridge the gap. And that's the mm-hmm. hard part. So no matter what you do, if you're only a moderate attraction to them, like I like them or I'm attracted to them, but it's not like over that passionate attraction.
Right.
And if they don't need you, which most people don't allow people to rely on them anymore. Most men are not looking to hurry up and grab somebody up and take them into their home. And most women are definitely not doing the same. So the need's not there. The attraction's kind of iffy. So we're stuck. You gotta add something else to the pot, to the equation, to incentivize the other person to stay with you. And unfortunately, that's not what we're used to. Our culture is not built on that and understanding that. But we're going to have to embrace it because that's what people don't need you. You don't need anybody. You can live completely the rest of your life without another person because of all the systems that we have in place. In my opinion, people will not be able to elevate to a higher level of coupling if they can't relate or understand the importance of getting along with another person in the first place. And that's part of it. That's part of the romance. You're going to have to offer some emotional resonance to compensate for the things that are lacking now.
And I think people lacking the ability to cooperate in general. So like you can learn to be cooperative outside of a romantic partnership. And I just think a lot of people wait for romantic partnerships to try to learn a lot of skills that you could and should be learning outside of relationships. And that's what I mean by being capable. Like you should be able to cooperate with people that you don't get sex from. Like you should have the ability to like go out, to be cooperative and be a part of a group and like get to know people and be a friend outside of a romantic partnership. I think if you have that ability before you get in a romantic partnership, it will be easier to do it. But I think a lot of people just put everything on hold until they find a romantic partner. And then you're trying to learn all these skills with this partner. I don't think that's good.
I'm definitely with you. Let me see. Hot Isms here. What is up? Chris Classic in the building, man. Definitely enjoyed, man. Go over to Take It Home podcast. He put up a match he had with the other guy. Epic match. It got ended. I won't even tell you how it ended. I won't even tell you how it ended. Go check it out. It was a 20-minute marathon of a match between him and another wrestler whose name I can't remember. But it was a good watch. That was a good watch. I'm not even gonna lie to you. And I'm not even into wrestling like that. They're getting me back into it though. A lot of people are in relationships because it's a social norm. They really don't have relationship qualities and don't offer it either. Absolutely. They doing everything they want in relationships with their friends already. Yep. So the relationship is just based off sex. Absolutely.
I would say it's based off romance. If you really have like good friends, like I think a partnership is based. Your relationship is a romantic relationship. So yeah, I mean, I don't think that's problematic. Having friends that you have a good time with and you can do things you enjoy and like be yourself when you're not in a romantic partnership is a good thing to have. I think a romantic partnership and a platonic friendship are very different. So I think to break it down to just sex being a difference is part of the problem that I'm talking about.
It's part of the problem, but that's from the male perspective. A lot of men are just the only thing that we're really looking. Yeah, the only thing we're looking to get from the relationships a lot of times is sex, because there's no development of friendship and friend type relationships with women. And typically when they are, and again, this is not a condemnation, but there is an extraction of resources even on the friend level. All right, women are willing to use male friendship for a lot of the things that they would all get from a man. So it's a weird thing like that having the milk for free so you don't buy the cow. So we kind of do that to each other. Women offer sex to men, so why would they marry you? And then men offer finances and physical support to women, so why would they take you seriously if there's no need, if there's no reciprocation demanded? So we do ourselves a disservice, not understanding relationship dynamics. But while Bree is BRBing, as you can tell from that clip that I played, I know a few of y'all missed it while you were out, but from the others who were here, the conversations have not changed the circumstances very much in the last 60 years. So we know that we would have to assume that these panel conversations that are talking about the exact same talking point 60 years later, whether it's on the internet or if these conversations happened on Oprah stages in the 90s, if these are happening in barbershops and salons, if they're in churches, if they're on street corners, if they're in your very own home, we haven't figured out some very basic understanding and agreement. In some person's lifetime, somebody is 60 and has not seen an improvement in familial relationships. So, I mean, to me, that's kind of sad. Now, are all panels and discussions unproductive because of one topic? Absolutely not. Especially from one subculture in one country. But had I not done, I want to qualify that because we're talking about cognitive distortions today. And me overgeneralizing that one situation that has not improved on top of everybody, that would have been the type of unproductive type of thought process that we're going to display today. So let me read these last couple comments and then we're going to get ready to move on in a second. Just trying to get some stuff clear on my side. Boom, boom, boom. Let me see. It is a problem because they tend to spend their entertainment and true pleasures with their friends, which keeps away the true emotional connection with your partner and time. Because they're talking to understand, not to make adjustments for change for the better. Yeah. That's all part of the equation. There are a lot of parts to this puzzle, a lot of pieces to this puzzle. But Bree, did you want to address these couple of comments before we move on?
No, I understand that that's the typical perspective that most people have. So I don't necessarily disagree with that. I mean, it's not true for me. I think that goes back to what I'm saying. I don't think a lot of people have true deep connections with people that they don't have a romantic interest in. So I think for a lot of people, their romantic partners are exactly the same as their friends, except they have sex. And I just don't see that as the case. I know me and Candy Dan have talked about that, like intimacy with platonic intimacy versus romantic types. And Candy Dan and I are both married and have friends of the opposite gender and the same gender who we have really good friendships with. But we understand that they are not the same as our romantic partners, even though we also have deep connection and friendship with our romantic partners. But I think if you can have them simultaneously, I think it should feel different. Like it should, being a lover to somebody should feel different than being a really good platonic close friend. So I think it's the lover aspect. That's not just sex. I think there's more than one way to be a lover. And I think, once again, that's what's missing from relationships. Like, people aren't actually lovers to each other. They just smash and live together.
Yeah, that's it.
And that's
definitely
not the
something.
same.
Yeah,
And that's not the
it's
same.
definitely problematic. We have to learn to build better relationships, and that's something that we're going to have to start developing on. In these conversations, it shows a lack of an ability to listen, an ability to be vulnerable, an ability to trust that somebody is an expert of their own experience. Like the conversations that I see in these panels, it shows a lot of the breakdowns and dysfunctions that would impair or harm the ability to form a healthy relationship. But on tap for today, my good people, we are going to look at the psychology through cognitive behavioral language and some other concepts, which I think I actually just removed the other concepts, but that's in my notes. We are going to think about thinking and why it is so much of ours that is unproductive and counterproductive. So we are going to discuss some ABCs of conversational issues, which include but are not limited to, and I'm just made this up, assumptions, biases, contradictions, distortions, errors, fallacies, gaps, hypocrisy. But we're only actually going to cover distortions, and we actually cut out biases for time's sake, because we are going to be covering a lot of ground today. We're going to stick to distortions. I have 2 videos I'm going to show you. One is a broad overview. One is going to go point by point, and me and Bree will break them down. Let me see. Sorry, just trying to catch up. Let me get the video up because I don't need that one. And I'm trying to share it now. But I do appreciate your patience, everybody. Entire screen, Edge tab. This first video is 6 minutes long, and I'm speeding up 1.25. This is going to do an overview of cognitive biases, which we're not going to cover these in depth today. It's a broad overview, just so you can kind of understand the topic from a holistic standpoint. And then we'll get into the point by point of cognitive distortions, because we think they're a little bit more fun. So we'll do the bias video, let you guys listen to that in full. We'll come back, and then we'll go point by point through the distortions, and we'll bring up how it relates to a lot of the conversations and errors. But you'll be able to hear some of this stuff, like especially confirmation bias, which is going to come up in this video. And let me get this overlay down. Bam.
Yeah, let us know which ones you see a lot.
There we go.
Well, biases are one of the most interesting phenomena in evolution. And I would go as far as saying there's nothing that's not a bias. I mean, we're biased to live in a certain temperature range, and we prefer sweet food over bitter food. So biases are essential. They really guide us in a broader sense, so that we don't hurt ourselves. A bias towards feeling solid ground rather than wobbling ground. The interesting thing is really not to try to do away with these biases, but to really recognize them and not to see them as something negative, and yet to really understand that they cloud our clear thinking. That goes anywhere from self-deception to uniqueness bias, that we think, and hey, I'm one of the first ones to think I'm very unique. Basically the brain evolved for us to make ourselves special, to think of us as valuable. Otherwise, we would not be able to go through the strains and the struggles and difficulties of life. So biases, in any case, negativity bias, positive bias, confirmation bias, all of these are so ingrained in us that we don't even see them. They are kind of transparent for us. So the way that I like to look at it is, the more we can detect them and become aware of it, it's kind of a hide and seek. They come out of left field, and the more we can become aware of them and discover them, it's actually quite amusing how we twist reality in a way that confirms our particular view of the world. And so I don't see them as something that's obstructing a healthy, good, positive life, but it narrows the window. And the more we become aware of them, the broader we can approach, and the closer we can get to reality. Well, confirmation bias is probably one of the most pronounced biases that we have. And anybody who has ever bought a car and thought for a while about what kind of car they want to buy they probably notice suddenly, oh yeah, there's that car again. And suddenly the brain kind of detects in the environment something that confirms like, oh yes, that seems like a really good car. So confirmation bias is really a way for us to reaffirm our view of the world. And to some degree, it's actually essential. If we didn't have some kind of confirmation bias, we would be lost. We could not piece together a world that is coherent for us. So we have to ignore certain things, and other things become a little louder. And confirmation bias is different in different cultures. For some cultures, a big, broad-shouldered person is very attractive, and in others, it's a very elegant person or a very lively person. And and I come from Germany, so in Germany, the confirmation bias is towards don't make a mistake. Get everything proper in order and get it right. So confirmation bias is really essential, and yet it's really valuable to recognize that what we perceive and how we view it is completely twisted by our internal biases. I believe the value in becoming aware of biases is that it gives you the opportunity of having a little larger perspective. The danger of not being aware of it, that we think we are right. So the value in understanding confirmation biases is that when we're in some kind of discussion or when we go into a different culture, that we recognize, the world looks different for other people. And it's not that mine is right or better or theirs is right or better. And I cannot really force them to see it my way, and they cannot force me to see it their way. So recognizing that confirmation bias is completely ingrained allows us to chuckle sometimes, when we kind of insist on a particular way of seeing the world, whether it's politically or whether it's social. It's very important. It allows us to actually listen to other people better and drop the confirmation bias maybe for a moment. There's not any particular bias that I would recognize as more important than the other, but I do find the uniqueness bias especially amusing, that we consider ourselves to be unique. And the reason I believe that we have a uniqueness bias is that we're the only person that we're with 24 hours a day. So we have far more information about ourselves, about our bodies, about our history, about our capacities. So it takes up much, much more space in our inner universe, so to say. And because we have so much more detail about ourselves and our own lives, it looms much larger than anybody else. So the interesting thing about uniqueness bias is that it's not just about ourselves, but there are circles of uniqueness. For instance, we consider our person that we have a relationship with as more unique than other people because we know more about them. We consider our parents often more unique than or our siblings, again, because we know so much more about them. And if you get to know somebody, then they become more unique than other people. My friends are really more unique than other people's friends, or they're more special, or I'm closer to them. And it really, I believe, depends all on how much information we have about them and how important they are in our lives.
Right, man. So I thought that was a good little summation of cognitive biases. Instead of us going through those one by one, we are going to leave that overview for the biases because I had 12 of those listed, but we're going to let that ride. And we're going to move on to distortions. But Bree, I know you put in a comment in the chat. I want to greet everybody real quick. We have Von Bryant come in, and we have Rico, Crazy Rico, Uncle Rico coming in. So definitely thank you. And New Growth also, I think I greeted you earlier, but hello if I didn't. I don't know why I feel like I didn't greet you, but I might have. But on that video, I thought that part about chuckling, I know I chuckle quite a bit when I run across somebody's bias because it starts to become fairly obvious. That's what I'm running into, and I'll stop. You'll see me. If people have noticed that I'll shut down in a conversation, it's because I've run into somebody's bias and I know I can't pass it. Like it's an impasse because they're not going to remove their bias. And a lot of times they're not vulnerable enough to consider that they might be wrong mid-conversation. So I typically fall back at that point. But what did you think about the video? What did you take from it?
No, I think it's good. I was just saying he said he would chuckle. He found himself chuckling about his own biases. And I'm like, nah, most people in these spaces just cuss each other out. That's why I said that. I think that's when he said, why would you say that? Because most people don't have the awareness that they have a bias. And then like people will argue against you that they have a bias. Like it's a bad thing. Like I always think it's funny. So it's just, that would be the mature thing to realize you have a bias naturally. It's not good or bad, which is a distorted thinking, black and white, thinking. But, I just thought it was funny because I'm like, most people aren't. You tell them they have a bias and they'll say, no, I don't. So
Yeah, and they're built in, they're baked in. They come with
normal.
becoming a human. You know,
Right.
people start building in biases. The moment you can listen, as a baby, they're starting to build in biases. They start wrapping you in certain colored clothing. It starts building and training your mind towards certain things. So you can't get away from having a bias. That's where when we say it's not good or bad, it's natural. So we're not saying it's good or bad. We're saying it's natural, so it's neutral. But not knowing that you have a bias and not accounting for the biases, that's where it becomes bad. It becomes a roadblock between you and other people being able to relate. So a lot of times, because we don't know any better, we accept a lot of ideas that make us feel good instead of what makes us better. So we see that in all areas of human life. We strive for comfort. The big thing I say to take away from that video is that bias and judgment don't create our failures. It's our lack of awareness and unwillingness to confront our biases that keep us holding all these L's when we're out here talking to hundreds of people every week after week after day, hour after hour. Like our being able to put our biases away, I think, is an important part of discussion and conversation. A cognitive bias is a systematic pattern of deviation from norm or rationality in judgment. Okay, I see you, Fall Bryant.
Thank you.
I was just asking about if everyone is special, then no one is. Go ahead and address that real quick, Brie.
I always say that because I think that's just one of the things about the bias, because it's like you're going to be biased towards your own kids, your friends, like he was saying, your families, and everybody thinks they're whoever is so special. Just like, well, if everybody's special, if everybody's kids are special, if everybody's, then no one is. So I just kind of always say that because I think, you're always going to be biased to the people that you're close to, like he was saying on the video. So that's just something I always say. If everybody's special, then no one is.
Gotcha. We got Chef Shapino in the building. Appreciate you, my guy. I will definitely be dropping a link, but it'll probably be about another 45 minutes to an hour. I know Manager was looking forward to, but it'll be a little minute. If you guys want to, I know if you guys can't stay, if you guys want to come back 45 minutes to an hour, the link should be dropped and pinned. If not, I do understand and appreciate your time. In the meantime, we have a question from crust salty ass Uncle Rocco. Yeah, that name kills me every time, Rico. Could a bias be considered familiarity on steroids? Bree, would you like to take this one?
I think a bias is a shadow of a mental system.
Okay.
So yeah, kind of. I mean, you're going to be biased to what you're familiar with, which is usually based upon some mental structure that you have in your mind. So yeah, I mean, in essence, a bias is evidence of a mental is evidence of a system of belief to me. A bias is it's evidence of some kind of mental model that you have in your head, and that's what makes you biased. So that's kind of how I think of biases. So I tend to listen to a person's bias because then it tells me who they are.
Yes.
Yeah.
And a lot of the different biases, if we had gone through those one at a time, they reveal different aspects of a person's nature. So familiarity is one of them. The things you're familiar with become a bias. Some of your biases will come from your personality, like your disposition. So you may be biased towards quiet types of people. You don't like loud people. You start making assumptions about all loud people because you had a negative experience about loud people. So your disposition can create some biases. Your experiences will create some biases. Your training, your education will create some biases. Somebody says all Asians are good at math. You heard that from somebody that you kind of trusted and you were a kid. Now all of a sudden you have this stereotype, which is a bias. So they come from everywhere. I mean, it could be as simple as the advertising that we're flooded with. I think when I did that show on consumerism, I think we're receiving somewhere between 7,500 and 10,000 advertisements in print, in picture, on our phones, on televisions in a day. Our eyes are skimming past around somewhere near 10,000 advertisements. We might not engage with them all, but they're in our eye shot. All of those things are trying to influence you towards a bias for their product or service. So we're not without. There's no way to get around bias. I mean, shoot, I'm sitting here looking at YouTube. I know I'm streaming on YouTube, and every time I'm looking at the comments, each comment has the little icon with the little YouTube on it. So even though I'm streaming to YouTube, it's still reinforcing YouTube. So it's creating small little micro expressions of bias. Like, okay, the YouTube is getting more familiar to me. It's ingrained. These are the people that are commenting are from YouTube. So I start to get a preference for YouTube because YouTube is where my participation is coming from. So it gets reinforced as well. So there's a lot of different components to bias. Familiarity is a bias confirmation based upon our experiences. Yes, sir. Biases are like glasses, in my opinion, that keep you from seeing the world more clearly than you would otherwise. They are shaped through education, experience, and are relevant. Like I said, they reveal more about you than they do the world, which is why that man said chuckle, because some of these biases make conversations really unproductive. So we are getting ready to go over 15 cognitive distortions. I am going to really quickly. Hey, what is up? Hanifa Naila is in the building. Can't wait for her return, but I know her schedule has been shifting and changing lately, but can't wait until she's back streaming because she is one of my faves. One of my faves. But, excuse me. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, bow. Yeah, let's get that back up. Just in case. So if we all have biases and we can't rid ourselves of them, we shouldn't seek to end biases, but to recognize them. And how do we tackle systemic biases? Now, I'll just start really quickly. Yeah, I don't believe you can rid yourself of bias because the moment you're trying to it's the same problem I have with like racism and all this other stuff, like preference and what is that thing? What is that thing when they affirmative action? Mm-hmm. Like you're counteracting a bias with another bias. So if you try to say, I don't want to be biased towards tuna fish, I'm going to start eating more chicken. Well, then you're creating a bias for chicken to overcome your bias for tuna fish. So trying to rid yourself of a bias is an exercise in futility because you have to do it by counteracting it with another bias. Or what's really more difficult would be not caring. I want to hear Bree's pushback because I got to hear this pushback. I heard that. Come on.
Yeah, no, I think, you can become aware of your implicit biases. And then once you are aware of your biases, the goal is not to get rid of it, but you do sometimes have to have, it's good depending on where the bias comes from. Like if it's a systemic bias created by the system, then you may introduce something to mitigate or counteract the inherent bias that you understand everybody is going to already have. So I think that's where those systems come in place, like affirmative action or whatever, because it's like, well, this is a bias created by the system. Therefore, we're going to put something in place, not to give, it's not always going to give you a new bias, but it's just trying to mitigate the understanding that this implicit bias creates this, it creates a barrier. So we're going to put something in place to try to, net zero out that barrier.
Which is what I mean. Like you can't not create another bias to try to offset something. A bias is like a leaning. It is a bias. It has to be. Like it's just by default. Like so if something's leaning, to the left and you want to move it to the right, you would have to have the equal and opposite force to move it. You would have to have it would have to be the exact same dynamic. Right. Because if you have a bias towards tuna, me offering you a car to offset that wouldn't work. It would have to be something in the exact same domain. So if there's a bias towards Asians in mathematics, to offset that, we say we want to offer preference, because they use the term preference points. We offer preference points to certain people to get them to counteract in affirmative action. Yeah. We're going to counteract this bias and systemic incentivization. Incentivize. It creates a bias. We want more of something different. That's a bias. If you can identify something different and prefer it, for the reason, I think what you're arguing is the intent. The intent is not malicious. But what I'm talking about is the actuality. What we're actually doing is creating a bias against what we said systemic is already created. So to use clear language, well, we say white supremacy has created a bias for straight cishet white men. So affirmative action creates the opposite of that and starts to give bias to people of minority groups.
Yeah, I understand. I think it's moot.
Okay.
Because they're
All right,
only
so-
incentivizing to have a certain percentage Black. Like, it's not equal but opposite. So in that way, I don't feel like it's creating a bias to Black people. It's just like, well, we only need this percentage of our staff to be Black, and once we feel that, that's gonna be it. So I don't feel like it's equal and opposite for us, and I don't feel like it's replacing the bias that still exists. I think it's just incentivizing to give more people a shot, but it's not like affirmative action. It isn't like it's only a percentage. Like, you only have to have so many. So I don't feel like in that case it's.
So what you're talking about is what I started off with. What I said was you can't do it because you can't truly counteract the bias with a bias. So what you're talking about is the actuality. But what I'm talking about is the idea. The idea that they are saying that they are doing is counteracting one bias with another bias. We're going to equalize equality. Those terminologies come from people trying to offset things that cannot be offset. So that was my point.
Okay, I got you. We're arguing in two different realms again. Got you.
Yeah. Do you find that people hide their biases? Although we all have biases, many of us are reluctant to share them. Yes, Brother Vaughn. I'll just say quickly, I do. Some people are unaware of their biases, and other people do hide their biases. What do you think?
I think people try to hide them, but I feel like if you learn how to listen to people, if you just listen to people talk, then you can hear their biases. You let them talk, you'll hear it. Hold on, I'll be right.
Got you. And no, Rico, Queen Bree is not right. Thank you very much. No, so would you say rules that control monopolies is a bias as well? I mean, every preference is a bias. So every rule benefits somebody. Or they wouldn't have created the rule. Like when Bree talks about a moot point, you're not going to make a rule for something that doesn't benefit somebody. So every rule carries a bias towards somebody. Everything that's made has inherent built-in biases. Like when you talked about I was reading about like a lot of the AI is one thing, but even way before that, even the scanners for doors and the in bathrooms, the air, the things that blow air, I can't think. The hand dryers. They didn't perceive skin color well. So if you were Black, a lot of times you couldn't trigger automated items like automated doors, automated scanners, automated air dryers. They didn't perceive Black. So there were biases built into the programming because somebody made it and that person carries a bias. You can't account for all things all the time. You're going to definitely consider things from your perspective. And you try to, broaden your perspective. Like when I talked about transperspectivism. Seeking to understand the truth through other perspectives and traditions, this will broaden your perspective so that you incorporate more of other people's reality into yours. So you have a broader reality. But that's very difficult to do. Let me see. Let me move over here. Boop. There we go. So, Chef, thought about you the other day. Hope all is well. New growth. To control requires standards to remain in control. Absolutely. So there are lots of different things that are, it's hard to get a firm grasp on a lot of this because it's happening all the time. I'm even here on YouTube because I started to develop a bias against Twitch because I was over there and I kept having issues on Twitch. But I went to Twitch because I started having a bias against YouTube because Twitch would let me monetize faster. Every choice you carry, every choice you make carries a bias in it. A bias is a value judgment. You can't make a choice without a value judgment. You have to decide that something is more beneficial or something is less harmful than something else. Everything is a cost-benefit analysis. Every choice carries bias. Otherwise, you can't make it. The less bias you carry between a couple of decisions, that's the harder the decision becomes. I can't decide between these two things. Why? Because you don't have a bias that's making you lean towards one more than the other. That's why it gets difficult. The bigger the bias, the easier it is to decide. We are getting ready to get into this video. Boom. Let me see. And I removed it by accident like an idiot. And we're going to be stopping this to go point by point. There are 15 that are in this video, I have another couple. Yes, Vaughn, thank you. I'm glad you said it. We all exhibit a bias also in where we choose to spend our time. The panels that we jump on, the chats that we're in, what we view on video on demand. Some of us prefer live viewing. Some of us prefer video on demand so we can speed it up. All of those are biases. So bias is just a mechanism that allows you to make choice more quickly. That's all it is. But if you don't understand what you're making choices based off of, you're under the control of your biases and not under control of yourself. So it's important to know why I make the decisions that I do. Why do I prefer some things to the other? Why do I sit and say, because I know so many people, so many of us do it. And I had to come to terms with this myself. So many of us say, why do we love drama? Why do we love drama? But you know what I watch? And you know what I enjoy sometimes? I enjoy a bit of drama. I enjoy a bit of messiness. So I'm guilty. That's why I put me on the thumbnail. I'm guilty of all these too. It's not me preaching from the mountaintop. I am guilty. But let me get this video going, y'all. So this first one is overgeneralization. Let me see. Okay, talking to Sim. All right, generalizing something based upon an event to every situation. It exhibits a lack of psychological flexibility. So overgeneralization. So that's something where people come to a general conclusion based on a single incident or piece of evidence. If something bad happens once, you expect it to happen all over again. I know one place in conversations that you'll see that happen a lot with red pill, manosphere people. Somebody that had their heart broken or hurt one time, so then they start taking on that thing of all women are like this. It happens, all men are like this. Sometimes they haven't even had the experience. They heard it first, second, third hand from somebody else. But a lot of times that one experience with somebody, it happens racially. It happens in every domain. I got bit by a dog, and now I think every dog is, I'm skittish around every dog. That's overgeneralization. You take one incident and apply it broadly across everything that's in that demographic or domain. That is overgeneralization.
Sorry about that.
Oh, you good? Now you gotta do what you gotta do. We are on the very first one. I just went ahead and played the first one because this is the one without audio. So this is overgeneralization.
Yeah, generalization. Okay.
I got that quality low. Let me put that up to 720. I might not even be able to read that. My bad. There's no audio to it. There's no language to it. We're just gonna break down. See, I would do that and mess everything up. But overgeneralization, if you have that, that's you come to a general conclusion based on a single incident or piece of evidence. If something bad happens once, you expect it to happen over and over again. And I gave the example, Bree, that now it wants to pop back up. I can't stand. I gave the example of like red pill manosphere types where they'll talk about like something where they got hurt. I know MCR is the one that sticks in my head is MTR. He talked about some woman that did him wrong, and now he kind of automatically assumes negativity in every male-female relationship. When you carry that type of bias and distrust, and I'm guilty too. I have a lot of distrust of women from a select amount of incidents. I've generalized it, and I know it, but I know that bias, which is one of the reasons I don't take it into new relationships. I don't even start them because I know how much bias I have. I know how strong the bias is. So I know nobody could overcome it. It would take so much for anybody to make me trust them that it's not fair to do to anybody. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of people, because they still want relationship or sex, will still put themselves in situations to hurt people.
Right. Or be saying
overgeneralizing. Overgeneralizing. I would say,
I mean, people they just say stuff and you'll be like, yeah, that's kind of low key, not cool. Like when people are hurt and they have like biases, like they generalize about a lot of people, and then they like see you as separate, so they like say these general statements. You're like, like you still talking about me, and I think that's what makes those people particularly sometimes hard to deal with when a person has a generalization. I think stereotyping is close, but I think you could generalize about anything. You can stereotype people. So I think it's kind of the same.
Yeah, and that's it's just a broad generalization, and we do that a lot. We'll have you hear this. You'll hear this a lot on a conversation, or especially on a panel. You're taking your anecdotal experience and applying it across everybody. You can't do that. You know, you'll hear stuff like that. They'll say, so you're taking that one.
Not all.
Yeah, some not. That is the same thing. So all that is about the stereotyping, overgeneralization. That is one of the first cognitive distortions that really keep people from having a useful conversation, because somebody has already determined that everybody's one of those because of this one incident or experience that they've had. Oh, that's another part of the conversation where it breaks down. You'll hear somebody ask a question. Oh, Bree, so are you married? What they're trying to do is lump you into an overgeneralization. Oh, so do you have kids? They're trying to lead you to a generalization that they can slide you into. So that happens quite a bit. Overgeneralization is when you speak in terms of all instead of some. So they need to throw out things like modern and traditional. Agreed. That would be useful, because modern and traditional are both overgeneralizations. Because what is traditional? Yeah. What time period? 1950s, 1850s?
But I think people think that they're using frameworks, but they're generalizing. I think that's the problem. Like, their frameworks, their mental frameworks, they help you organize data and thoughts. But the problem is when that becomes a fact and not a way to, you know what I mean? Like, if I'm thinking, like, I don't know, if I think about art, like modern traditional painting, like these are just time periods. This is supposed to give you a framework of what kind of value set we're talking about. But I think instead of people using them as mental frameworks to help them organize their thoughts better, they use them to, like, as facts. You know, they it's just, that's not how it's supposed to go. You don't have to throw out modern or traditional, but I think modern and traditional have a certain set of subtext to them that should be an understood thing, but people are just using them wrong.
Yep, see, what am I looking for? Is that one? Jesus Christ. Where's it at?
What?
I'm trying to find. They got too many.
What are you trying to find?
They got too many of the.
This one?
Thank you, Jesus Christ. That was bad.
What are you doing?
Man, there's too many on the screen now. There's way too many up here now. I wish I could. I can hide some of them, but I got to go through the settings. But I'm gonna let this first one, overgeneralization, finish playing out, and we'll go over to the second one. And they say it exhibits lack of psychological flexibility to overgeneralize everything based upon like one event or one situation.
I failed in physics.
Okay, shoulds.
This music is terrible. You should mute it. Matter of fact.
Want me muted?
I did.
Mute that. Okay. So shoulds. You create some should rule. Now we know in these conversations we get a lot of shouldas. You create some should rule for yourself and others. And if you violate them, you feel guilty. And if others violate the shoulds you imposed on them, they will raise frustration. So we put a lot of shoulds on people. Let me see. I'm trying to look at this.
My husband's definitely a shoulder. He's a shoulder. Yeah, he gets very frustrated at the human condition because he's so focused on what people should do. So that's one of his. I know the ones in here that are mine, but he's definitely a shoulder.
Trying to find what I did with my copy. Give me a second. All right.
Actually, my daughter's a shooter too, and my sister-in-law. They're all shooters.
Yeah. So that's the rules. Now I would say a good way to say that would be unspoken expectations. Unspoken expectations that you're putting on somebody. Well, you should have done this. You should have done that. Well, how was I supposed to know? Because very few people communicate these shoulds. There's shoulds that you carry. There's shoulds that came from your. You'll hear this a lot of times. It comes from their religion. or it comes from their upbringing. I would say this is a top thing in boomers and Gen Xers. We are constantly telling people what they should do, how they should live, why they should do things, why they shouldn't do things. You should. We are some of the most preachiest shoulds I've ever come across. Like,
you know how I feel about Gen X and up now.
Man, it's bad.
And you know, I be arguing with my boomer mom about it too. About her
there's
shooting me.
A lot of grand proclamations, and at the same time, a lot of times when they could, they didn't. They tell you what you should do. Get off my boomer ass.
Like, oh my God, like perfect example. I was having an argument with my mom about buying a house. Like, okay, if you have $500,000, what would you do with it? And it's like, okay, well, you should go put it into, well, I think it was like $400,000. What would you do with it? Oh, okay, you should go put that all into a new house, right? Because you're moving. And it's like, okay. And I'm like, that's dumb, because after you pay your real estate fee, you know, taxes, blah, 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 you're not going to have enough to get a house. And she's like, well, you should buy a house. And I'm like, it's so annoying. I'm a millennial. A house is, I was like, a house is over $400,000. I don't have enough to pay for the house cash, and that may not even be the wisest thing to do, even if I do have the cash, you know, to pay for the house. And it's just this boomer mindset of, yeah, you should go buy a house. I'm like, a house was like $50,000 when you were like young. Like a house is $500,000 now for my family size. So like, stop telling me what I should do based on some old ass housing prices.
Yeah, or a model, like back when like Rico said about the traditional and the modern. A lot of men are telling women, and women are telling men how they should move, how they should live to be with that one specific person. All men should move in a way to please the woman that I am, and all women should move in a way that please the way that I am. But that's the way that you are today. What you want in 20 years may be totally different. But everybody right now, a lot of these panel conversations are talking about what men and women, or what black and white, or whatever demographic we're talking about, what they should be.
You know what Yella would say? If you start a sentence off with what you should do, is we gonna say what you should do is shut the fuck up. You know we ain't got no sense. You know me, Yella ain't got no sense.
He said, wait, what? Us boomers should have known that you youngins would throw us under the bus. Hey, that bus be coming. It comes every day right around this time, Rico. It's on time every time. I mean, you need to know that. Real estate appraisers.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I was agreeing with her. I was like, I would buy a house, but I'm not necessarily going to throw all of my lump sum into it. I may put down whatever I need to get my mortgage down to whatever price I want it to be at, and then go invest that into maybe an investment property or this or this. I'm able-bodied. I'm making over $180,000 a year. Like, I don't need to, like, you know, the point was there's more than one way to use a lump sum of money, and there's other as equally wise ways to invest a chunk of money instead of just throwing it into a house that you living in, and you can't pull the equity out without taking out a second mortgage or taking out a loan against it or selling the house to get it. So I was saying, like, you can invest in another property and liquidate that if you needed to, and that's better without having to move. So like, she was just having this argument with me, and I'm like, there's more than one ways to use this money, and it doesn't have to be throwing it into a house that I'm gonna sit my ass in and I can't use that money unless I sell the house or take out a loan. So once again, it's just that whole, you should do this and that. You should leave me alone and let me talk to my CPA.
Mr. He said, so it was good suggestion. You thinking 10 spaces down the line, Bree.
I told her, I said, get a CPA. That was my advice. Get a professional person to tell you how to invest this large sum of money that no one in your family before now has ever had a hold of, because whatever advice anybody gives you in your family is probably not going to be the best advice because they've never had that amount of money in their hands. So I said, go to a CPA. That was my advice. So it was a whole ass argument.
I'm with you. My issue with the shoulds is that if you're going to tell me what I should do, are you going to help with the consequences? of what you advise me on. And that's kind of my metric. If that somebody would be willing to step in, if the should goes to shit, would they step in? Cool. I'm with you. But if not, if just somebody that's just throwing a drive-by suggestion, I kind of take it with a grain of salt. I don't get hostile from drive-by suggestions, but I understand where it's coming from.
Right.
Okay, that's just like your general practices or best guess, whatever. I'm cool with that.
Right.
But the people that insert and like insist on that should, nah, you got to have some skin in the game.
Because should comes with a lot of shame. That's my issue
comes
with
with
it.
shame.
Because it's not just like, I'm gonna give you this advice, and then if you don't take it, that's great. I hope you find a better path, or maybe there is an alternative path that you could take that's equally as good. A lot of the shoulds come with shame. So like when I don't take your specific suggestion, now it's like, oh, I don't know what's wrong. I don't know what's wrong with them. They're crazy. They're all. It's like that's what the should people do. Boomers.
Woo.
And Gen X. Yeah.
Anything that's positive about should, from my perspective, Brother Von Bryant, what's positive about shoulds is that the person is typically trying to come from a positive place. They're intending to guide you towards a better outcome. Again, typically, most people are trying to guide you towards a better outcome for yourself, or just something from their experience. They, in their mind, when they're giving you the should, they're remembering something negative that happened to them, and they're trying to steer you away from the same consequences that they lived through. So that's the positive end of should, from my perspective. What about you, Britt?
She means well, but I think it's just you're out of touch, maybe, is the part that the should is the problem with. Like, they can't accept the reality that they could also be a little out of touch with what they're talking about. Or once again, it's just the shaming that usually follows, because they really do have thought that this is how it should be. So when you don't do it, then they feel like you're moving outside of some kind of, I don't know, depending on where it's come. Like if it's Christianity, well, now you might be following Satan. If it's, it just depends on what model they speaking from, what they think you not listening to them means. And that's usually what my problem is.
Yeah, the shoulds, man, the shoulds can be used like Bree said, for shaming, but I really wish people that use them would also be as invested in the consequences and the fallout when people make those decisions based off that should. That's my only thing. But smart people learn from their mistakes. Really smart people learn from others' mistakes. Absolutely. So that's why I do I'm very case by case. The person that's giving the should matters to me a lot of times more than the should itself. So I'm one of those, what do they call that? Something about the messenger. But I pay attention. It's not shooting, but there's something about paying attention, like where's it coming from? Like where's this about? It's something about who's talking. You know what I'm saying? It's something along. I pay attention to who's giving the message, who's relaying the information. That means more to me a lot of times than the information itself, because then I know their intent. I trust their intent. I know their expertise. But just random people with random advice, I take it randomly. So.
Right. Yeah. If it's my mom, I respect her opinion, but I do know she's like somewhat out of touch, and she's tend to be a very anxious person. So
check the source.
A lot of time her shoulds are based off her trying to keep you in a certain realm of safety that she perceives as safety, which is not much. So I think you do have to just like, I give her grace. I mean, I argue with her, but she's still my mom, but I'm argue. But you can still respect them. But I think you just have to look at the person. So she's highly anxious. So a lot of times her shoulds are coming from, oh my gosh, I don't know what's happening, so I'm going to tell you shouldn't do it. That's kind of her.
Yes, that's a big thing, and I hate to gender people, but I know with women, there's a lot of anxiety and fear around a lot of the shoulds, like a lot of fear-based thinking, and so a grain of salt. I take stuff with a grain of salt when I certain people. I just don't even take it too seriously because I know where they're coming from. Especially financial advice. That's when I really shy away and I check the source. Like Mr. He said, people giving financial advice, man. I gotta really take that with a grain of salt. That's something y'all ruminate. You should get into. Okay, where's your portfolio? Where's your portfolio?
Right.
Let me
Your
see your returns.
portfolio, returns.
Because I got a lot of family with a lot of investment advice to be borrowing money, and I'd be like,
right.
Okay, you doing real good. Can't expect logical advice from mama 9 times out of 10. He shade mamas. My mama's good.
I'm liable to
10.
agree.
My mom is good 3 out of 10 times. The other 7 is very optimistic, hopeful type stuff.
It depends. Like my mom is the child whisperer, so like child development stuff, and like there's certain things my mom, she be knowing what she talking about. So you probably want to listen. But you talking about taking chances and charting new territory, don't listen to her most of the time.
This next one is personalization. And because the music was kind of cheesy, I'm going to just go ahead and skip that and we'll kind of talk over it. Feeling guilty for something that isn't in your control. Now, I'm going to say I see this a lot with women that are apologizing for things that are beyond their control a lot of times. And it kind of gets weird in conversations, especially. It happens in real life too. But online, I've had so many times like, you don't have to apologize. You don't have to apologize. You don't have to apologize. Like you're personalizing. And it even happens with talking points. Like if a conversation gets derailed, people have apologized for bringing up a point. Well, I'm sorry that I brought that up. Like, no, it's okay. Something needed to be brought out because obviously somebody felt the way. So there's a lot of people that make it kind of about them because of their sense of like guilt, shame or something, or not wanting to be like, I want to be liked, so I don't want anybody to look at me. There's a whole lot of personalizers. A lot of them.
Facts. That's annoying to me. I have learned over the past year that that's highly annoying to me. So I'm just going to end the sentence right there.
Let me see. Thinking that everything people do or say is some kind of reaction to you. Whoo, boy. I've had that so many times on panels. You also compare yourself to others, trying to determine who's smarter, better looking. Everything's about you. I've had so many panels break down because anytime somebody made a comment, it was a sub tweet, it was a sub shot. Are you talking about me? If you're talking about me, put a name on it, put an address on it, put a stamp on it, put a this on it. Like, yo, everybody's not talking about you all the time. Everybody's not. We're not. Hit dog holler section over here. Hit dog holler. I love it. My mom is the queen of, I already knew it when I tell her something. So I don't share much with her. She already knows, right? Might as well. Yeah, Shame Sunday. Somebody called me. Shame Sunday, man. Make sure y'all go check out Mrs. She Said with the Shame Sunday. Listen while I prep dinner. I got her last live stored in my watch later. I ain't got the chance to check it out yet, but I'll be looking forward to it, man. Finally got put on the Mrs. She Said. I hadn't been watching, but once I started watching, I'm like, okay, dope. Another dope content creator. I see her on Mr. He Said do Harris Tribe Media Group on Thursdays. Mr. He Said Cerebral Saturdays. Mrs. She Said on Sundays with the Shame. But it's all good content. It's all about self-development and growth. So it's all good stuff. I say in the same vein as me. That's if you like content that's like heady, thoughtful, progressive, and like but has a stance and firm values.
Right.
You want Mr. He Said, Mrs. She Said. Self-absorbed asses. I can't stand them. Yes, everything's about them. Also, my mom, you should have told me. But I already knew it. I already knew it. But you should have told me, man. Whew, parents.
Moms are special. Shout out to the moms.
Are special. But I've seen so many panels break down over personalization because somebody thought, here's where it goes, especially with the panels. Somebody makes a point.
Right.
The sky is blue. Somebody else makes a point. You know, the sky isn't even really blue. It's the refracted light from the sun that our eyes are perceiving through the blah, 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 blah. First person that made the sky is blue comment. You want to attack people, blah, blah, blah. You want to disrespect. No. They made a point that expounded upon your point and clarified it even further for people that are looking for more direct and precise information. Your point is fine. The sky is blue, and that's what people are going to perceive. And on a very surface level, your point stands, but people take it so personally. if somebody
They
comes and
always feel
adds to
attacked.
anything, or the other one, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. If you're gonna say something, say exactly what I said. Say it word for word. I'm like, Jesus Christ.
I almost
It's not
said
about
somebody.
you. It's about the point. It's about the idea. Because I've had so many people say I gotta say exactly what they said, that I'm like, no, I don't have to say exactly what you said. I can say what I said because it's now my point that I'm making from my mouth. Oh, okay, sorry.
You sound like you're thinking about somebody. You want to put a name on it?
No, there's see, there you go. It's happened to me on multiple panels. It's happened. I know it happened on Just Kaya's. I know it just it happened here a few times. I think it happened on Knowledge and Relationships to me. I'm like, listen, shoot, I ain't gonna lie. I think one time it even happened with me and you. I think even one time I was saying something and you was like, that's not what I said. I'm like, no, but this is what I'm saying. But I'm pretty sure it was you. I'm pretty sure it was you. I'm like, God,
we had that run in.
See, something about when you say it, it feels like I'm being shady. I don't even know why.
When I said we had that run in,
it felt like, oh yeah, we had that run in.
Acknowledging it. No,
I'll slap you. I'll slap you if I got to. That's what it's.
I didn't see you just. That's called
personalize it. Personalize it. I'll personalize it.
Personalizing.
Yeah,
I said what I said.
See what I'm saying? It be feeling like now I'm gonna feel like those people. That's not what I said. You gonna say what I like the goalpost movers. The goalpost movers are crazy. Goalpost movers are crazy. And I'm pretty sure they're in here too.
Yeah, you had an emote for goalpost movers.
I sure did on Twitch. Man, because that goalpost be it be gone. It be gone, boy. Let me see what the next one is. Blame. Oh, now we know. We know blame. It's the opposite of personalization. Instead of it being about me, it's about you.
It's everybody else's fault.
Blaming others to be at fault for something that is not specifically in their control. Man, so let me see what this other one says. Man, let me see. You hold other people responsible for your pain, or take the other tack and blame yourself for every problem or reversal. Man, that sucks. But I'm trying to think in these conversations how blame comes up. We have a very generalized blame in these conversations.
I got one. Because if you broke and nobody don't want your ass, it's their fault for having too high standards.
Ooh, yeah, you're single because you got too high standards.
Because everybody else standards too high.
And if you're still single, if your baby daddy's a bad, you need to choose better. You need to choose better. If your baby mama's crazy, you need to choose better. I mean, there's a lot of blame. There's a lot of blame. But I'm not gonna say all of it's wrong. Again, all these biases are
don't necessarily mean it's wrong. I mean, I think that's the hard thing about it, that you have noticed the phenomenon, and yes, that is true. But the problem is there's also some aspect of yourself that's what you actually have control over. So you waste time if you just stay in the blaming space. Like that may be true. Maybe she ugly and she got high standards, but she still ain't with you. She still ain't with you. So, I mean, you going to let it go? Or you going to sit around and talk about it for a year while you ain't with nobody else? That the ugly chick had too high standards to fuck with you.
The choose better line is foul. But I mean, I ain't going to say it's accurate.
Listen.
We do got to choose. We do need to choose better for ourselves. Now, our pickers are broken. I can't remember whose terminology I'm stealing with that one.
Yeah.
Somebody said our pickers are broken. We have some really bad pickers. We are choosing from trauma. We are choosing from dysfunction. So some of the things we pick are not based upon things that we've rationalized and thought through. They're based upon feelings. They're based upon things that make us feel good, like these biases. Proximity is one, but with the invention of apps, we're doing a lot less. We're doing a lot less choosing from proximity these days. Matter of fact, a lot of these people. Is my internet messed up? Is it? Am I freezing? It might be me. I don't know. Connection.
Oh no, it's
my connection says unstable.
Oh, okay.
So, I got the little Wi-Fi bar on the screen.
Oh,
wait, my Speaks is in the building. Good to see you. Long time no see. But yeah, blame is another component. Hopefully, I'm still here and still heard. I can hear you. Okay, cool. If you can hear me, we'll probably be straight. But that is another one. We're going to move on to the next one. Let this little thing play. It was the fault of the professor. He deliberately failed me. Now, as far as some of these conversations, I have seen some people blaming moderators and blaming panel hosts for derailment. And I have seen some blame that was actually fair. I've seen some panel hosts do some shady stuff when people are having conversations. So, but yeah, there's legitimate blame, but sometimes it's just like scapegoating. Like you're just not taking responsibility for yourself.
Offload, on your. I think it's important for the problem identification phase to some degree, or if you do a root cause, I think at some point you have to figure out the way each party involved shared. So I think blame is important. Like, there's going to be external factors and internal. So I think the problem with both of those is it's too extreme on one side over the other.
Sometimes people do switch up, and you got to kid or A with them. Now, Sim, that's another big thing that's true. And if that's the case, it's not about choosing better. It's not about choosing better in that case. That means it's about paying more attention. Because if people are switching up, there's typically indicators. So maybe you couldn't have made a better choice based upon the information you had. You had a perfectly valid reason. They were perfectly stable. They had a perfectly good head on their shoulders. But maybe something came along in their life and happened and reoriented their way of thinking and their mind so that they were no longer functional. At that point, that's a thing of paying attention. And it's not a thing of choose better. It's like you just are attentive and know when things shift and you can address them as they shift. That's why I said looking more closely at the characteristics needed in order to choose. Yeah. And I wish I remember who said bad picker. We had bad pickers. It might have been JP. It might have been JP that said we had bad pickers. That feels like her language. But yeah, to choose better, we do have to have something to choose from. When I talked about earlier that biases are basically a value set, you have to have some sort of formed values to choose from. Otherwise, your innate internal values of like choosing pleasure or wanting to be happy or in the moment, feeling good or feeling validated or feeling sexy, whatever it is that you feel, that'll be your value set if you haven't determined one for yourself. That's why, to my speaks credit, I say, excuse me, at least the principles of my art are a code and culture that somebody can ascribe to, as opposed to all of these loose morals that people just make up on the fly.
On the go.
They're on the go, just making stuff up. Today, I feel like this is the important thing. Tomorrow it's going to be the next thing. It's light skin season. So now all my relationship choices are based upon light skin. Oh, now chocolate's in. This is chocolate season. I mean, so we make up all these little silly value systems that carry us to nowhere, as opposed to having something more substantial and robust to live from. But again, that's a failure on us. But that informs our biases. Your biases should be predicated upon an established, rooted value system. Let me see. Polarized thinking. You see things as black or white. Now this one. Now Bree hates this.
I hate this one. If you think like this, you're childish. I can't. There are some mental illness. There are some mental illnesses that also cause black and white thinking, polarized thinking. So, I mean, yes, some people have legit mental illnesses that don't allow them to think beyond black and white. Specifically, borderline personality disorder.
Okay.
They have a lot of that. But yeah, this is an annoying thing to me.
I can't speak to that, but it's really hard for me to relate to people that cannot see a middle ground between two concepts. Like instead of like the either or, if we can't either like theorize or think about a both and or a gray area, the binaries, the false binaries always kind of mess me up. Like, well, it's either one or the other. Because it's typically a very religious or dogmatic thinking. Right. Like you're an enemy. Either you're with us or you're against us. You know, either you're part of the problem or you're part of the solution. Like it's very binary, or you could most people were a mix of all things, good and bad. So it's hard to put people in these hard, fast, one size fits all groups. It's all black or it's all white.
Or people not realizing that their biases based on whatever system of belief they have is telling them what's good or bad, and somebody who doesn't exist in that same system would not perceive something as good or bad in the same way. Yeah. Whew. That is annoying.
Because like even as far as like the relationship conversations, everybody's like, excuse me, the black and white thinkers typically say, every relationship has to be geared towards marriage. Like it's either marriage or you're failing, either marriage or nothing. That's black and white thinking. Well, if you're not getting married, what are you doing? Why would you be in a relationship if you're not getting married? So not everybody wants to go through the legal process of getting married for whatever the reason is. I'm not even here to critique the reasons somebody would not want to get married, whether it's the government or some other reason. But I do know some people are very rigid about, well, if it's not marriage, then it's not right. And I'm like, that's very crazy. That's very interesting. I can't, or again, like you're not a man if you don't do this. You're not a woman if you don't do this. It becomes an absolute.
It's very conditional. Yeah, like conditional.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
False ones. They don't actually exist.
Yes. False binary. Seeing things only black and white speaks to a very closed mind. Absolutely. And again, I understand some people's value systems require them to have a value that's very black and white. But as far as having, I can respect that. I'm with that. I've told people, if you have a value system, I'll respect you more if you stick to the binaries that your religion espouses. But what I believe, though, when you step into a collaborative conversation space, your mind should be allowed to think through alternatives outside of the binary. I don't understand if you have a very binary model of living, why you would try to impose that on the internet with people that are not a part of your life. That's where like that binary thinking gets,
or a part of your system of belief.
Yeah. Don't come to a panel and everybody's got to feel the same way I feel because of my religion. I don't get that. I don't get it. Just keep that for your life. Don't bring it to the internet. The submission convo is very black and white as well. So is the feminine and masculine combo. Yes.
Oh my God.
Those are very black and white. Because the moment the moment you disagree, a woman becomes masculine.
She masculine.
And on the opposite side, if a man disagrees, if he disagrees, oh, you argumentative, sir, you're feminine. I mean, it's immediately the moment it's like
so annoying. It's so annoying.
It's crazy. It's
I'm
crazy.
I'm not even gonna, I'm not even gonna get into it.
Which part?
No, I'm not. Because I be talking about we was having these conversations about the craziest things make people not men or women. And it's hilarious.
Yeah.
It's hilarious to me. That's all.
I've heard it from a few content creators recently. Because boy, you posted something in the Discord earlier and that lady was going off, and I'm like, man, all of a sudden people are women, they were gay, they were sassy, they were zesty. I'm like, Jesus Christ. All he did was ask you to uphold your own word, and that makes him all of that. I'm like, that's crazy. Let me see. Sim said, good one. Von Brian said, the women are being masculine, but the men are never being feminine. Go figure. Then the men that say women are the men that say women are masculine, no. They never say they're being feminine. But the crazy part is, if they had any level of thought, we all carry masculine and feminine within us.
It's energy.
It's energy. Now, if they're talking about chromosomes, then you have a different conversation. But because everybody doesn't have a Y. Women don't have the Y chromosome. So it's like, that's the only person. And women can say, well, I don't have any man in me, but the man has to have some woman in him because he got an X and a Y. So, I mean, that's no matter what way you look at it. I mean, because a man and a woman both share genetics of the mother and the father. So no matter what, you have some.
You don't really even have a sex in the womb until a certain point.
It's weird, man. It's weird. It's just some weird stuff. It's just some weird stuff. I don't understand why they're so. I watch these men go through some contortions to not possess any feminine traits. And I'm like, why does it matter so much to you to not? Why are you so hyper rejective? And like, they were so vehement and like in their bodies about not having any feminine. I'm like, why? It's a fear.
Childhood trauma.
Yeah. Whenever I see fear manifest in people's bodies online, I'm like, okay, you've got something deeper going on.
Yeah, that's a trauma response.
Yeah. Rashawn dying. But we are going on to magnification or minimizing. Now we've had quite a few conversations about this because people do love to minimize. They love to minimize. But I'm gonna see what the caption says. Well, we got magnification too, and one just came to my mind. So blowing things out of proportion, minimizing them inappropriately.
I do this.
One,
This
maybe.
is one of mine. No, I mean, because I have a tendency towards anxious or depressive thoughts sometimes, and I feel like it's a part of that for sure.
You mean in real life or on panel conversation?
No, in real life. I mean, in real life,
Okay.
I was just saying because I know earlier I was talking about how some people I know, but typically, if I'm in an anxious state, I will blow things out of proportion, and if I'm in a depressive state, I minimize. Like I really be minimizing, and it's just not good. So this is one of the distorted thinking things that I typically have more so than the ones we've had before.
I try not to do this. I know he says it'd be full-blown barbershop talk, but they talk like a specialist. One of the maximizing things that they do that I really hate, it comes in the same submission conversation. I need you to submit because if an intruder's coming into the house, or you know, God. They go to the most extreme case. They typically use the extremes. Maximizing and minimizing are the extremes, and people in conversations will use these extreme examples to disprove the rule. So they'll say, "Well, I can find the man that makes $1 million. All it takes is one." Like, so you use that minimal principle to or the maximum. Like they use these weird things, the extremes.
These weird examples. It's like, oh, if this man coming, he got $1 million, but he like it's just the weirdest that you may never come across ever in your lifetime, like ever. Somebody may never come kick down your door in your lifetime for you to get your one moment to finally be a man. To be a man. Oh, the robber's here. I've been waiting for my whole life.
I've been prepared.
I've been waiting.
But another way that this comes up, I'll say with the extremes and the minimizing, is like if you make a point that's slightly contentious, people will sometimes come up and try to minimize it. Ooh, like, you know what I'm saying? Because they'll want to soothe. They want to soothe the conversation and diffuse. So they'll kind of minimize your feelings about something to, well, it's not really that bad. I think maybe we should all. Right. So I think sometimes we minimize in that way and blow things out of proportion in that way too. Sometimes, like we'll make something that was just a common conversational point, and then somebody will escalate it. Like, nah, you're trying to say everybody's no. I never said everybody. I never said even you. But you will maximize it and make it a big thing. But we'll take it global.
That happens also in arguments too. It can be like you never this or you never that. That's also to me one of those examples of what it would sound like in a conversation. You never do this, you know.
This or that versus this and that. It's also the way we are educated and socialized that pushes us to that binary way of thinking. This is why critical thinking is a struggle for so many. Let me see. Some talking points be triggering for, the emotional based talkers. We don't get that multiple things can be true at the same time. Absolutely. If you call the police, you want a man to come. All the excuses in the free world. I need a woman to be home to fold my ankle socks.
Oh, that's so funny.
Yeah. Now we are moving on to labeling. Let's see what the caption for labeling says. Labeling. I need my brother label maker. You give labels to yourself or others. That is true. Also, what this other one says, global labeling. You generalize one or two qualities into a negative global judgment. So that's another descriptor from labeling. But giving yourself the labels or others, that is a big one. What do you think about that one, Bri?
You know how I feel about labels. You know how I feel about labels and identities and how people want to put you in a box so bad. Don't worry about what box I'm in. I'll tell you what box I'm in. If I don't say I'm in that box, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
But people want to put you in a box so they can subdue you mentally and use your own box against you, you know? So you know how I feel about labels. I don't really rock with that at all. I mean, not at all, but
yeah.
I let people tell me what labels they most, you know, we all have labels and things we are, but I feel like there's a hierarchy in the mind. So I listen to the person talk and then I can kind of see what labels are important to them. But I hate when people try to force like importance of labels on you that you don't necessarily share.
Yeah.
We had this conversation a lot about Black, like people talk about
Black,
like, you know what I mean? Like people be like, bless you, and what that means for me. That's what I'm thinking about when I'm having this conversation. Like, yeah, I'm Black, but what that means for me, and what that means for you, it's two different things.
Nah, that's definitely real. Let me see, if I make any decision, I need her to just follow what I said. I don't put people in boxes. I just read the label on the front. You boxed yourself. Yeah.
Read what the person said they were.
How you doing, Queen? And I go with the label on the front, but then I also pay attention to people, because a lot of people will mislabel themselves intentionally. You know, bad product placement. Like what's that thing when you misrepresent yourself in the market? False advertising.
False advertising? Yeah.
There's a lot of false advertisers out here. They put a label on there like, "Ooh, I'm brand new and improved." Slap. They put that label on there, but nah, they them. They still them. They the old them. They the old them. And if you look under the sticker, that says new and improved, it still says old and crusty. Like right under.
It's like when you go to them hood apartments and they be like new management, you be like, yeah, man, I'm still not living in them.
Nah, still got the bullet holes right there. They ain't even spackling. They ain't even spackling paint. Just got the bullet hole right there. Like, come on now.
Right.
Okay.
So yeah, I think it's important. I think it's important to listen more to what just listen to them, and then you can kind of get a better idea.
Because I know quite a few people that do not. They reject the label Manosphere and Red Pill, but they are very like with the walk like a duck, like quack like a duck. Like they're quacking and walking, but like they reject the label.
Right.
Yep. They just painted over the old cabinets, man. You already know. Oh, you have no kids over 30?
What would ChatGPT call your channel? What would ChatGPT say your channel is?
Yeah.
Red Pill.
That's why I told people, man. I know the closest like to my thing. Unfortunately, a lot of black men have made it so that if there's a black man talking online, you're Manosphere. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay being Manosphere. I don't have a rejection of it, but it trips me out when I hear people reject it. I'm like, why are y'all so what label are you running from? What does it mean in your mind that you reject it? Because I say a lot of my views are Manosphere type, not the unhealthy Manosphere, not the I'm blaming women Manosphere, but what it was intended to be. And then Red Pill, I'm also, I would say, in that Red Pill thing, but again, I don't have that negative, I want to dunk on women. I got to humble women. Like that right there. Baby mama. Are you a baby mama? Are you a 304?
Oh,
like, come on, man. Are you riding the carousel? Are you out there riding the carousel? Like, come on, y'all. Like, come on, we got to do better. But
they like the label.
Labels are useful. They give useful shortcuts to identifying things and phenomena in the world. But if you use them instead of a tool, you use the label as a weapon. That's where a lot of us break down conversations, because we start looking to dismiss people by labeling them something. You're a gen whatever. You know, you're too old, or you're too young, or you're this or that, or you don't have any kids. You can't talk about like
that othering.
You've never been married, or you've been divorced twice. Like, we look for a label. Oh, you're a divorcee. What do you know about keeping a marriage? Well, they know how to lose it. You know what I'm saying? So maybe they can shed some light on what they did wrong so that you can keep yours. I don't know, but we try to look to dismiss people, and labels are a way that we typically use to weaponize dismissal, I guess. Weaponize the removal of somebody from a space or a conversation. Like they're discrediting them. We use labels for that quite a bit. Let's see what this next one is. Ken is a loser. He is. He really is. Have you met Ken?
Ooh.
Nah, y'all know about this one. Oh, y'all know about this one.
I've never heard of this before. What is jumping?
Y'all don't even need a caption. Y'all don't even need a caption. Jumping to conclusions. My God in heaven. Now listen. I'm going to go ahead and let that play. Making future predictions about something with little evidence for it.
What?
Now this will happen in the middle of your sentence. This will happen in the middle of your... They will jump to your conclusion, not just their own conclusion. They'll jump to your conclusion and cut you off to tell you what you were getting ready to say, because they don't want to let you finish your sentence.
Well, maybe their intuition told them.
It might have. The spirit might have told them.
The spirit might have told them. Just like the spirit might tell you gonna get married in September.
Oh my God! Don't even bring that up yet.
I'm just saying. But no, I definitely think there's certain people. I don't want to say women, but yeah, this one of them.
Yeah, making
Yeah.
future predictions about something with little evidence for it is something a lot of us do. We'll we know this is about to happen, or just shoot, we do it all the time. I'm trying to think of something specific because we do this so often. I know
I just know, like, in women language, a lot of times it's just like, it's a lot of like my intuition. I got a good feeling. I feel this way. I just feel like, a lot of times it's based off that, kind of anxiety, anxious feeling, and then you jump to a conclusion, or you know something about this person, so they start talking. You be like, I already know what you finna say. I already know what he finna say.
Yep. I know I've done it quite a few times. I'm like, man, I know where they're going with this one. And I'll jump to the conclusion. I mean, and most of the time, I'll be wrong. If I actually jump to a conclusion, I'm wrong. Like if I have no evidence and I jump, I'm typically off. But this happens. Just trust me, I know. Sound like the false prophets on YouTube. I'm trying to think something I've jumped to with little evidence. Let me see. I'm trying to think of something specific, but this one's hard because I know this is the most common thing for people to do. Because people are always telling everything's about to collapse. Everything's about to collapse. Just watch. You should invest in this.
Yellow. I think we do it to Yellow a lot.
Well, yeah, I think you're right because I know I did it with his For the Ladies content lately. But I'm like, hey,
I was just thinking like online. I feel like a lot of times when Yellow start, he come up looking crazy. You be like, I already know this ninja's finna cut up. Sometimes he don't.
Sometimes he don't. He be in a chill mood. You're right. You're right. So I know we do it. And I think I do it to you too, because I be expecting you to go ham on something, and then you be like nice and chill. You be like, I got it out already. And I'm like,
yeah. Sometimes. I mean, that's true.
Yeah. So we do it. We do this one so much though. This one is I'm blind to this one because I know I do it so much. I expect Inya to be very positive.
Right.
And sometimes she be trolling.
That's true.
She be trolling. And I don't even get a feel for the day. And like to find out let's see what the temperature of the day is. Nobody be like, oh, she about to be positive. She about to be positive. And I ain't trying to hear all that.
Don't be
and then
optimistic.
Boom, she be on them struggle Kevins. And I'll be like, yes, get up. I love it. But yeah, I mean, we do that so much. Yeah, we do that a lot. I know your new recipe will turn out a disaster. I know this one is a big one. Catastrophizing. I feel like this is Inya, and I'm throwing you under the bus. I think this is you. Throwing you under the bus. This is you. It's human nature to
That's my mom.
You just gotta stay quiet.
That's my mom. Woo! If you come to her, you better have a plan for the apocalypse, the economy to crash, you to lose your job, or for you to get sick. Like if you can't answer them, you got a bad plan.
Because like she be trying to be positive, but when she's not, this is Inya. So you expect disaster. You notice or hear about a problem and start what ifs. What if a tragedy strikes? What if it happens to you? I promise you, Inya just did that to me the other day. It was so funny. It was somebody put something in the comment about the FedEx or something, like the Cash App guy got killed. And then there's a new like FedEx thing. And then she was like, see, now look, they shooting up the bank, and there was some kind of bank that got shot. Kentucky. Yeah, she's like, see that? Look what happens. And she made that connection because she was catastrophizing. Okay, because of that Cash App thing and the new FedEx thing. Now they shooting up banks. Down. I was like, stop it, Inya. But you're trying to break out of. But again, I know all of these things are tools though that we use as weapons. So catastrophizing is a fear or anxiety that's trying to tell you that there is something that lets you, like there's something that's letting you know there's a problem. But sometimes we jump to the wrong conclusion, or we jump too far, or we jump ahead of ourselves. Like there's all these, we use them wrong. We're seeing some sort of information and we're taking it the wrong way. So the catastrophizing, you're seeing a good start point. You're seeing some problems in the world. It's just how far you go with it. Like with catastrophizing specifically, that's the distortion.
Well, I was gonna say, I think Christianity definitely teaches you that mindset for sure. So I know people who come from Christian backgrounds have a hard time with this one because I feel like you're taught to do it.
And I'll say, even with content creators, I think we do it as content creators a lot of times as soon as something doesn't happen the way we expected it to. Because I've heard so many people start catastrophizing about their channel taking like I think that's like my channel's getting ready taken down. Like, cause we're all so sensitive and hype about certain words, and it irks my nerve. Like, oh, they're gonna lose my channel. Oh, they shutting down and stuff so quick and hiding stuff and shushing everybody, and everybody's putting up everything in the chat. Like, no, stop. I'm like, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
That's true.
We can relax. We can have a conversation. They're not going to snatch the channel. Like, but all of us in our heads, as soon as somebody says one word, the stream's going to cut off. Like a big red X with the FBI is going to show up. And then all the content in the past is going to be gone. And we'll never see or hear from that person again. Like, in our minds, it feels like that's what's happening. Because everybody gets all angsty and in the chat and on the panel. And I'm like, yo, it's okay. It's a word.
Be like, stop it. Get some help.
Yeah.
Stop it.
We got you.
Stop it. Get some help.
Yeah.
Get some help for that anxiety. It's not healthy, man.
Yeah. That's why the anxiety conversation yesterday was needed. And again, Bree did have a great conversation about grounding and anxiety yesterday. So, man, go check that out. Go check out Bree. Let me see. The feds run mind reading. That's a lot like, let me get to that caption. Mind reading. Because this happens too. That's a part of jumping into conclusions. People are negative. But if a black person do it, man, that would. And what I hate though, what I hate about this one specifically, about the way black people do it, a lot of times other people do it too, but we act like black people are the only ones. We act so special sometimes. Because everybody like, man, black people be the only one talking about these people online. And I went and found all these other people talking about their own people. But everybody's like, nah, black people can't. Only black people do it. Then and like I said, but if black people do it, man, we get all kinds of, nah. We're not special in that way. There's some things that we do get an extra helping of mess on, but it's not everything. We put so much on it, man. My mom told me all of the what ifs when I moved out of town at 19. It helped me pack even faster. Yeah. All that fear mongering. You're
gonna be murdered, especially as women. Like, we get taught. We're like hyper vigilant, and we have to be. But the what ifs be wild. It be wild. Like, you have to be walking down the street like, this man might throw me in his van. I mean, that's catastrophizing a little bit.
It is. Y'all the only ones having these conversations, man. I found I don't want to say Punjabis, but they had like turbans and hijabs on, but they didn't look fully middle. They were somewhere in the Middle East that was at Western Asia. They were in that area, but they were all having a manosphere type conversation about the woman submitting and the woman making dinner and the sandwiches and him going to work. They were having the exact same conversation in hijabs and the guys over there. And I've seen it everywhere. If black people have done it, other people are going to do it simply because we made it cool. Like, so I don't even know why. Some of the stuff, no matter how maladaptive it is, other people are going to adopt it simply because we made it look cool. And sitting around arguing about gender is something that we have now exported that. Because these people were not in the United States. And I'm like, wow, we have made that a thing. We made it cool. Because the white manosphere and red pill space, they were having these conversations before us. But then we made it cool. Now everybody wants to do it. Pearly wants to do it. Everybody wants to do it. Everybody gets a gender war. Sikhism, it might have been. Could have been. But to mind reading, without their saying so, you know what people are feeling and why they act the way they do. In particular, you are able to divine how people are feeling towards you. Assuming that you know why they say so and what they're thinking, or why they act like this. So this is mind reading, Brie. What do you think about mind reading, especially in these conversations?
It's real. It exists. And I do it. No, I'm just kidding. I think it is true. I think it's easy to do, especially, I mean, sometimes I don't know, because sometimes when you listen to somebody, you could be like, I know where this is going, just because I'm like hearing certain talking points, and you're like, I know it is. But I guess that's not really mind reading, right? Like that's not an assumption. You're like using evidence to come to that conclusion. So an assumption, I guess, would be like they just pop up on the panel and you just look at them and think you already know what they're gonna think, right? I guess that would be more like mind reading, right?
All of these are pattern recognition, but then it's like this is distorted pattern recognition. So you're saying you're picking up all the familiar cues, but then where are you taking it? You know the conclusion or how you're. I think this one specifically is talking about the internal state. You're assuming that you know the internal state of that person. Oh, okay. And that definitely happens. You may know why you may know, because I've had this happen to me on my own, on this very same panel.
Oh, like why? I see why. Why? Like that's their inside, like that. You don't actually know why. You don't know what place they're speaking from.
Right. And people don't investigate, they assume. They assume, because I know when I talked about not really qualifying myself as Black, and not really caring to classify myself as a man. People first with the Black one, everybody consumed. I was like one of these conservatives or whatever. I'm not. It's just as far as the Black label, my day-to-day life is not consumed with Blackness. Like it's not something that's present until I look in the mirror. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not unless I'm interfacing with somebody else that's not from my family or friend group, and then I'm aware that I'm Black. But most of my life, I'm not thinking about me being Black. It's very secondary. Masculinity is the same way. Manhood is also something I am. I just inhabit that. I don't really notice my manness until certain things happen. But what happens almost all the time, I'm almost always aware of my income level. My setup, even while I'm streaming, is affected by my income level. Where I live is affected by my income level. The type of products I have in my home are affected by my income level. What I eat, where I go and spend time, the type of activities, all of it is I'm acutely aware of my income level in it because I'm comparing it to what I can or cannot afford or how much of it I can have. So my income level for me is from, and it's probably a byproduct of capitalism. My income is the most acutely aware identity that I possess. Because it's always with me. Always. There's not a minute of the day except when I'm asleep. And sometimes it gets into my dreams, what I should be trying to buy or acquire. There's very few minutes of the day where my monetary level is not my primary identity. But my Blackness and my masculinity are second and third.
Gotta be the same. Yeah, like sometimes the environment determines how high up on the hierarchy of important. If it's the most forefront thing or not, as far as the how I relate to the situation. It is not, usually it's my gender or class, like you said. Or motherhood or something like that. Because my kids are always in my face. So that's probably the first one.
Yeah. Class income.
And motherhood for me.
Class and motherhood. Okay. And but when I was talking about it though, people assumed I was a Black conservative.
Right.
You know, it was like you're immediately a Black conservative. Yeah. And then when I started talking about the man thing, it was, oh, you're non-binary or something. They're trying to figure, they started assuming in the conversation, they started assuming that they knew where you were going to go. And I'm like, no, you don't know. Because I remember they asked the question like, oh, so you don't believe in white supremacy, do you? I'm like, huh? No, I believe in that. It's a real thing. That's probably not the label I would use for it. I said that's not the term that I would use for it. But
that is an assumption. Because they're not like actually listening to what you said. It's not anything you said that made them come to that conclusion. It was just like they thought they kind of knew something about you.
Yeah.
And the two might not be related. Right.
So they knew exactly why I felt the way I felt because I was a Black conservative. I listened to Larry Elder and Thomas Sowell and all that Ben Shapiro and Candace Owens. They just automatically assume because I said I'm rejecting Blackness and I fall into a very specific camp. And I'm not rejecting Blackness as in I won't identify as Black. If I say I'm a person, I say I'm a Black person. But it's that I don't see myself. When I'm thinking about Rashawn, I don't be like, man, he's Black Rashawn. And I'm drinking water blackly. You know what I'm saying? I'm drinking blackly and I'm eating blackly. You know what I'm saying? I'm just a person.
Yeah. That sounds familiar.
but I'm definitely drinking and eating poorly quite a bit. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I you know,
It's like I'm eating poorly, like
yeah,
all the
I mean,
time.
yeah,
Or you
I'm
could eat like
definitely
in a bougie way. I think class definitely comes into play more than a lot of stuff.
yeah. So I know that's definitely an example of mind reading that's happened to me. I'm sure you guys have had things happen to you all in panel spaces or conversations where people have assumed your intent, they've assumed your ideology, and that's the kind of mind reading that people do in these conversations. It's very unproductive and unhealthy, not helpful.
I'm always gonna assume you got an OnlyFans though.
I do. I ain't share that with y'all. It's only feet pics. It's only feet pics. Double standards,
Ooh,
guys.
double standards.
Holding your standards higher than others. My values are better and bigger than your values. Your values suck. Your values are terrible. You need to be
the whole manosphere.
The whole manosphere is big on this.
Yeah.
Because their values on traditionalism are better, superior. Their values on pseudo-Christianity are bigger and better and wider and stronger and faster. All, you know, just,
and what men and women should be and all this, the standard is like, oh my God. We all know this one. It's a big one.
Definitely. And we do it the other one. The other double standard. We also hold people to the double standard of we're going to hold another group to a standard that we don't ourselves follow. So I demand that you, like women, Bree and all y'all women, y'all need to stop talking about black men. But I'm about to finish this stream and I'm gonna talk about black women. Like that's another, like, it's hypocrisy, it's contradictory, but it's also like a double standard. It's okay for me, but it's not okay for you. So that's another version of a double standard. But the holding your values higher than others, that's a big one in these YouTube conversations that people struggle with. Whether it's feminism as the highest concept, whether it's this masculinism as the highest concept, whether it's Christianity, whatever it is, whatever capitalism over socialism, everybody believes
whatever they
their
identify with is like
white
the
supremacy.
highest.
White supremacy, y'all. My way is the right way. So that's definitely something that people do. That's a biggie. Struggle baby Kevin's. Then she done added baby to
Kevin's?
Woo.
What's the baby one?
Yeah, buddy.
I guess it depends on how many followers they got.
But it's different between the two groups, Struggle Kevin's versus Struggle Baby Kevin's. And y'all, please tell us what that means. What are the Struggle Baby Kevin's? Is that double standards or double ignorance? Man, that's a great question. It's probably both. A little bit of both. The double standards come from double ignorance. Emotional reasoning. Now, we all know that women are emotional and men aren't. So this only applies to women, everybody. Emotional reasoning.
Yeah. Okay.
Emotional reasoning.
Men do not have emotions.
Yes, emotional reasoning. Incorrectly assuming that your feelings are true.
It's my truth, though.
My truth.
It's my truth.
Your feelings are true.
They're
Another caption for emotional reasoning. You believe that what you feel must be true automatically. If you feel stupid and boring, then you must be stupid and boring. Well, I guess that opposite. I don't know why they use that one specifically, but I've seen that happen as well. People will assume like they have nothing to offer a conversation, so they act like because they feel that way, they'll bring that insecurity to the conversation. So that feeling of those insecurities, those feelings, people bring those to conversations. Well, I don't feel like I should speak on that because, like, well, let's say it's children. I don't feel like I should speak on children because I don't have any. But most of us have dealt with children, whether it's as children with classmates, with nieces and nephews, cousins, neighbors, babysitting gigs when we were teenagers. We have experience with children and observing children. Why would you then not be able to have an opinion on children, especially in a place that's predicated upon us coming up and having an opinion? But our insecurities and feelings of shame or judgment keep people, that emotional reasoning, prevent people from having productive conversation quite a bit. What Bree said.
Or if you feel insecure about something, I see that a lot in relationships. Like if a person they feel a way about something, they like feel like it's the other person's job to like do something about it, even if it's not true. It's just never a thought of like, is this feeling based on anything? It's just like the other person now has a duty to reassure you or try to tell you that, I don't know, like that's that kind of emotional codependence or offloading y'all be talking about. Like you feel away and now I gotta like, you never even thought, is this true? Or is where does this feeling come from? You just never questioned or tested your own emotions.
And sometimes I've seen people feel like they're getting ganged up on just because like two other people agree against them. It's like you're feeling that you're getting ganged up on. It's just people disagree with you.
Right.
And why does that make you feel away? Why do you feel threatened that more than one person disagree with you? That's another fear and insecurity. And people will, well, no, I know that y'all trying to gang up. Y'all probably, matter of fact, I remember somebody's Discord fell apart. Well, it started falling apart because one person said they thought they were having secret meetings behind their back. I'm like, Joe, that's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah. But I'm like, but people's fear and insecurities creeps in the weirdest places, even in conversations, and it'll derail it. Like some may not feel qualified in certain conversations, so that they rather hold their thoughts. Is that an assumption? What?
But if you in a conversation,
I thought you were making a statement.
No,
yeah, if you're in the conversation, that's part of the thing. If you're in a conversation, intentionally holding your thoughts is kind of counterproductive.
Yeah, just leave.
Yeah, if you don't want to share your thoughts, dismiss yourself. Because you're stepping into a panel space to participate, right, and then choosing not to participate. At that point it gets weird. But emotional reasoning will take somebody to that point. I've seen that. I've seen somebody intentionally say out loud, "Well, I'm just going to sit here." Huh? Why would you use your time like that?
Just get out of here. Sit in the chat.
Yeah, well, that's
sit
just
in
weird.
the chat.
Just leave.
Yeah.
If you feel away, just leave. If you're offended, why?
No, for crazy.
Why? I'm about to get that clip attitude. Why? I feel so embarrassed. I must be an idiot. I ain't even gonna say nothing about that one. Filtering. Now this one, we know this happens. That's the manosphere too. Manosphere is, they're very distorted.
It's distorted. It very much so is. Yeah.
You ignore all the positive aspects of something and only consider the negative aspects.
Marriage,
you take
people,
negative
wives,
details.
Kids.
All the details and aspects only skew towards the negative. So yes, that is a way that you can filter. You can also filter the opposite way. You can filter out all the negative and only see the positive. That's toxic also optimism. A problem. That's right. Also a problem. So filtering and selecting for the things that you're biased for, whether it's positive or negative, whether it's for an individual or a group, if you're selecting out to kind of target somebody or target as domain like negativity or positivity, or selecting, you've seen it like with color or gender. Somebody will like kind of, well, no, that only happens to such and such. That happens a lot. It hurts me when people hop on the panel and say, "Hey, I just got here. What now? That one? Woo!"
Woo!
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like negativity or toxic optimism. I hate toxic optimism as well.
It's unproductive. That's most of these panels. So taking the least percentage of topics and treating it like a huge issue. Now, that's another thing, Sim. Now this is a pet peeve. They can do what they want. It's their content. They can do what they want. But so many people are focused on the smallest percentage of the population and make that the biggest percentage of their content in their platform. Like as far as the manosphere, they're speaking to unmarried women that are of a certain demographic that are looking for a certain demographic. I remember breaking down the numbers with AR one time. And what they were speaking to, even him. Let me see, what was it? I think it was the marriage, the married thing. It was like 70% of women leave relationships. I think that was the thing. 70 to 80% of women leave relationships, marriages.
Right.
Leave marriages. I think that was a big thing. So I'm like, okay. So according to the Manosphere Red Pill stats, only 25. Oh, sorry. Oh, Nova's going in today. So somewhere between 25 and 30%, because they're always talking about black women. 25 to 30% of black women at any given time were married. There was some kind of stat going around in the manosphere at that time. 25 to 30% were married. It's probably closer to 50%, but let's say it's the number they were going with. Most women 25% of women will never get married. That might have been the number. If 25% will never get married, so we got to take them out of that 75%. They'll never get married. So out of the 75% that remain that will get married, 70% of them they'll leave. So that's like ends up like around 49%. So you're talking about like less than 50% of the people that you're talking about, the ones that leave late. But it was some kind of math like that. I can't remember the exact stat that he was using. But if you actually look into the stats that they're talking about, they're almost always talking about a minority of the population. They're talking about some subset. Okay. And they're also looking for the top 10% of man. And that took it down from the 49% to lower. But if you start lumping together, because here's what the Manosphere and Red Pill people are not really good at: stacking their values and principles. So they can talk about the 80% that leave a relationship, but they can only talk about that. Or the 25% that will never get married. Or at the 80% that have children out of wedlock. You can have any one of those conversations, one conversation at a time. But then when you put all the things together to make a holistic picture, they can't understand how the math works anymore. So that's a big thing there. Bree will be back. We're going to go on to the next one. And I know Mandrill probably dipped, and I know Chef probably went on about his business as well. But the link is pinned in the chat. I know you two gentlemen that asked for it. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Let me see. My bad. I wasn't even paying attention. Being right. Oh, the need to be right. Kevin Samuels. The need to be right. Assuming that your actions and opinions are right in every situation and constantly trying to prove it. The need to be right. Let me see if this caption words it differently. You are continually on trial to prove that your opinions and actions are correct. Being wrong is unthinkable, and you will go to any length to demonstrate your rightness. And most of the time, that includes being wrong. They'll be wrong in order to be right. I've walked so many people into a logic trap. It's so crazy. All you got to do is ask them a couple of questions. And a lot of times they cannot follow their thought process 2 questions deeper. And once you do that, everybody else will be able to see that they don't know what they're talking about or that they're wrong, but they will never admit to it. Sim, it's because like 90% people projecting their personal experience on society at large as if they're widespread phenomena. Yep. Yeah, this one makes a person unteachable because you can never hear someone else's perspective. Absolutely. So Bree is back, and we are actually talking about Bree right now. The need to be right.
Oh yeah,
Bree is
for sure.
the queen of needing to be right.
Y'all see how Rashawn ain't pointed out none of his distortions this whole time. But see, I can humbly say that I have this problem.
See,
so
the need to be right
is me. What you not finna do is that. You not finna do that.
The need to be right. I've pointed out a couple that I was, but because she needed to be right, she threw me under the bus. What was that
last one we just did? I just got rid of all the positives and focused on the negative. I just did that one too.
Yeah, you did. You filtered. You filtered so cleanly. Oh my God. Right. They're really following the trends to get emotional responses. Totally agreed. Yeah, and that's what it is. They're having emotional reasoning. I think that one was emotional reasoning. So they're using a lot of the cognitive distortions to set up their content. So if you're starting your content up with like cognitive distortions, you can't help but to go downhill from there. Everything's downhill from that. Rashawn's distortion is that deep down, he's actually hypnotically Caucasian. I mean, I might be. I'm always right.
That's a man. Why you say it like that?
It just, you know. This one here is the last one.
Oh, Lord.
The last one, people. Fallacy
is this
of
like
fairness.
the just world people?
Probably. You think things should work out in the way which is fair according to you.
Oh, according to you. Okay.
And that just world is one of those. Because, like, well, I did it, so why can't? That's fair. I had to do it, so you should too. But that's according to them, but that's not the only way people think should work out. Sometimes, well, I had help, so everybody should have help. Well, everybody doesn't have access to help. I had babysitters to help me get through school and da-da-da-da-da. So there are a bunch of different ways that we hold on to this, even though it's not always possible. Everybody doesn't have the same access and resources. So I think that's one thing that we need to get away from as far as the fallacy of fairness. The fallacy of fairness, like life's not fair. We cannot make it fair. We can try to accommodate and equalize some things, but even in equalizing something for one person, you're going to remove it from somebody else who has become accustomed to it. You see what I'm saying? So even if they had an advantage, removing that advantage is going to make them feel like it's unfair. And perception creates reality and all these other distortions and this, that, and the other. But what you think? I need some break.
I
think I did.
Yeah, no, I just think life's not fair.
Life's not fair. You can't make it fair.
That's true. Life's not fair at all. At all. I mean, and it links to that old saying, you get what you earn in life. But the thing is, and you have to understand. No, you do sometimes. You have to go into you have to go into everything, understanding that it's possible to make no mistake and still lose.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
You can do everything right. Everything right. You can do everything the correct way, and still things just still might not come out in your favor.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
You know, you have to understand that first, and deal with the rejection afterwards if that's the outcome. And you have to learn how to handle success. You know, they say win with humility and stuff like that. You know, but that takes a certain mindset. You know, what is success to you? You know, and that's something I'm learning myself. Like, how do I want to celebrate success? Do I want to celebrate it at all? I usually don't. You know what I mean? I usually don't celebrate success. I don't think I ever have. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm always looking forward to the next goal or the next objective, the next target, which in some cases causes me to neglect other things. You know what I'm saying? Right. Or the other things might not be neglected, but I didn't put as much energy into the other things that I should have. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I might be so hell-bent on reaching a goal, say for weight loss or whatever. You go into the gym, you're focusing on your diet, gym, and other things, you know, and then you have other things to do in the day, you know, like work or whatever, right? But then
tunnel vision,
you have tunnel vision. Then, like, say your place gets messy because you're neglecting that. You just, you know, your clothes hamper is now chock full of clothes, and you're looking for like socks or something. You can't find socks because you've used them all, and now you got to wash. You're like, well, Jesus, how did the clothes pile up this high? Or how did the dishes pile up this high? How did the place get so messy or whatever? Well, you know, you've had tunnel vision, and that's good, but look at the expense it caused you. It's good to a degree. To a degree, you are focused. It's good to be focused, but not hyper focused.
Yeah, I'm about to say, I don't know any situation when tunnel vision is good. I mean, unless it's like one of those high stress, anxious situations. Like if it's not life or death, I don't think tunnel vision is good. And even in some life or death situations, tunnel vision is still not good. So I don't know. I don't think tunnel vision, I don't think an obsession or hyper focus is ever really required. Or, I mean, it's just not, I'm not gonna say it's not required, but it's not sustainable.
It's not sustainable long term. I agree.
Beyond a very short window of time.
Yeah. And it's definitely not something you should put into daily practice. Certainly not. Now, for a person who procrastinates, they may have to. They may have to schedule a day like, okay, today I'm gonna wash clothes, do laundry. Tomorrow I'm gonna clean the living room. The next day I'm gonna clean the bedroom and the bathroom. Yeah, and the master bathroom.
That's just more so. I don't think that's tunnel vision. That's just putting a plan. They like stepping it out, like planning it out so that you have a next step to take. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I feel like when you say tunnel vision, it's like a whole bunch of stuff is happening and you're just hyper focused on one thing.
Well, what I mean by that is like have tunnel vision for that goal for that day, because a person who procrastinates, the problem is motivation, you know, and if they practice the tunnel vision, like spreading out the tunnel vision or the hyper focus, that can then lead to them branching out, branching that out more. So what I'm saying is they'll eventually get to the point where, okay, I'm hyper focused on one task at a time, one task, one day, once per day, right? Okay, now let's let's move to focusing on 2 tasks per day. Practice that. 3 tasks per day. Now 4, and so on and so on. You know, it's just developing good habits, developing habits, and structuring out your days. Yeah, it's narrowing things down, because a lot of people get to the point where they have so much to do that they get overwhelmed. So it's okay, just focus on one thing at a time.
Yeah, that's true.
You know,
with anxiety.
Right. You know, and there you have it.
Which, speaking of, because we were talking about distorted thinking, like a lot of these, like, I also just wanted to mention that, like, any mental health issue or mental illness is going to distort your thinking. So I think that's another thing that people need to know, like, mental illness distorts your thinking before you've even thought the thought. So before you can even do any of these things, you are already fucked up usually in some way. So I just wanted to point that out.
Alonzo Hall, the all-star advisor. Salute to you too, my guy. Appreciate you for swinging through. And I'm going to introduce another one that we didn't cover. It wasn't in the video, but it was on my little cheat sheet. Heaven's reward fallacy, because I know Bree loves this one. And it's another one that the manosphere deals with. It's your favorite for sure. You expect all your sacrifice and self-denial to pay off, as if there were someone keeping score. You feel bitter when the reward does not come.
Now they know they wanted to say God on that one.
Yeah, you know.
Heaven's reward. They know they wanted to say God's reward. Yeah. I find so many people get bitter because they're just like, I have to sacrifice. I have to say, I'm like, ain't nobody tell your ass to be jumping on altars. I mean,
wow.
I'm sorry. Like, some people will care. Yeah, some people will care about it, but some people don't care about your sacrifice.
Yeah.
Because nobody told you to do it. Especially if you just decided you was going to do it. I ain't tell you to do that.
And I know the manosphere, because that came up quite a bit. I would say the heaven's reward is vagina. It's the puss. I would say, because you hear the bitterness when they say, right, I've done everything that I was supposed to do, and then I still didn't get what I thought I was supposed to get. I still didn't get access. There's a lot of bitterness and resentment of, I put in all this work. I got more money, and I worked on my body, and she still said no.
Still a lame. Oh, sorry. I thought we was going to say the same thing.
Beautifully animated. Oh, shoot. I can't stand you. I can't stand you. Let's go.
You're still lame.
Where my cookie coupons? See, we don't do the cookies. The cookies are on Twitch. We do drink tickets over here.
He said, nah, they said they get the cookie coupon when they do
the coochie coupons.
Nobody told their ass to do it. Even some of the stuff people tell you to do, you don't want to do that. You still get mad when you don't get no cookies.
Yeah, he want them cookies. I got you. Yeah, I know. Summer's always talking about we have cookies on Twitch. That's my mind immediately went to Twitch.
Oh,
we have cookies.
Say, what my box of great value cookies? I did the stuff now.
My great value cookies better be. See, that's another problem. If you do all that stuff that women ask for and you get great value cookies.
But great value is the only one. If you go to Walmart, that's the only brand guaranteed to be there, correct?
I mean,
if you want guarantees, you getting great value.
Jesus Christ. Can't get no Oreos, no Chips Ahoy. Can't get
you. The only thing you guaranteed
fresh
at
baked
Walmart is some great
Cheryl's
value.
cookies. Oh,
You
God.
are guaranteed that they're gonna have some great value. That's the only thing I can promise you. If you want promises, I can promise your ass you go to Walmart, you gonna get them great value cookies. Now I can't talk about Oreos.
These dudes, if they think they're gonna put in work, because the red pill space is telling these guys to work until you're 30 to 40, and then try to get a relationship. If you delay a relationship for 10 to 15 years, improving yourself and getting money and getting your body right, you're going to be very bitter if at the end of all that you get great value cookies. Like,
but
that
if
makes
the
me
system
feel
was
like,
a great value system, then why would you get anything beyond great value cookies?
Because everybody thinks they're going to get something beyond great value. Everybody's shopping at Walmart. The system
was for great value.
We know that, but everybody thinks they're going to get something better than great value. Everybody thinks that. And everybody's asking, why are the Oreos so hard to find? Why are good Oreos so hard to find? Everybody's
Oreos, bitch.
Because everybody wants Oreos. Don't nobody want no great value cookies.
I'm sorry, I'm just thinking about great value cookies being in my house. It's funny to me.
But the funny thing is, great value cookies are actually pretty good. Like, they're actually.
I've never tried. I have a complex about great value.
I just tried them recently. They've got some excellent facsimile. They have some excellent knockoffs of Girl Scout cookies. Excellent knockoffs.
I might try some knockoff Girl Scout cookies.
First year I've ever tried.
Great value could be good. That's my point, and y'all, they could be good.
But listen, here's the thing. Only thing we want is sugar. It's still sugar. You're gonna be happy with sugar. It's sugar and fat, and we love that stuff. And
let's be real. Only a certain palate would be able to tell the difference between maybe great value and brand cookies.
And that would be somebody that's been having the brand cookies all their life.
Right.
If you haven't had any cookies, which is what we're talking about for a lot of people, allegedly like 30% of men have had no cookies.
Right.
So at the age of 30, 30% of men at the age of 30 have never had a cookie. So great value should be pretty good.
Right. They'll probably slap.
Yeah. There's a chocolate covered graham cracker cookie. Great value. That's pretty good. They got a fake Samoa. That's good. The fake Thin Mint is a little off, but not enough. Okay. You're good.
But see, that's what I'm saying. Nothing's wrong with great value in y'all. It's just the perception of it. But you're in a Walmart, sir.
This is America.
You're in a Walmart.
Walmart.
In a Walmart. What's wrong with great value? Why would you expect to not have great value cookies?
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. If you want classic cookies, go to a bakery.
Yeah. Nah, that costs some money.
Okay. I'm not even gonna say that, but
and salute the beautifully animated speaks. I saw you come in, but I did not speak. I did not speak because I was.
Yes.
Some of them are good. The great value Oreos. I have not tried those.
It's just nothing in me that's like wants great value Oreos.
But that's the perception. But a lot of people are carrying that in real life. The perception that they should have more than what's available. I should have the creme de la creme. I should have the top end of everything. And that's something we got to get over. Like,
the conversations just need to be. Yeah, I'm about to say the conversations just need to be explained in that way. Like if you've never gone to a bakery to get fresh baked cookies, then you don't get them to bake some cookies and be the 40-year-old version. I mean, that's also, you've been eating homemade cookies this whole time.
Stop it. Inya, there's no question on that. Captain Crunch or King Vitamin.
I don't even know what King Vitamin is.
It's the fake Captain Crunch, and it's...
Why is it called that?
Well, it's... Instead of
Do
a
it
captain...
taste like vitamins?
What do vitamins even taste like? It's just got vitamins. It's vitamin enriched.
Vitamins gotta taste.
I've never just sat there and licked vitamins. I don't know.
Like you gotta lick vitamins. You never had a Flintstone.
That's where
vitamin?
taste comes from. That's where taste comes from.
You never had a Flintstone vitamin.
But Flintstone vitamins are sweetened. So I mean, I'm tasting the sugar that they put in the sweet.
Okay.
I don't know what like vitamin K tastes like.
Go taste get a prenatal vitamin.
King vitamin actually isn't bad, but it doesn't taste like Captain Crunch. Captain Crunch is amazing, and it does not. You're right. It does not cut the roof of your mouth. And the box
Captain Crunch is just bad for you.
It is. That's why I quit eating cereal some time ago. Like for the most part,
I only eat Raisin Bran.
I've had cereal some time. I haven't even had that in a long time.
It's good.
I got tired of buying milk.
Eat Raisin Bran.
I got tired of buying the milk.
So I was only doing like the almond milk statement, if I ever heard one.
What?
Have you bought eggs? Have you bought eggs lately?
I mean, no. I quit buying stuff when things hit a certain price point, man. I quit buying them, and I figured out. I'm gonna tell you what I started doing, like to eliminate. Now, this anybody that's followed my journey within the last couple of months knows that when the rent went up, I started spending differently. Then I found out that I had more money than I thought I did. So this last week or two, your boy been eating, been enjoying himself some food. But my fail safe, I bought like a bulk pack of ramen. And what I do is I make those. I don't use the salt packet because I know it's high in salt.
Right.
What I do is add just a little bit of either butter, like a little scoop of butter, and like some seasoning. Just some, I have an Italian grinder. Man, and that'd be cool. That'd be cool. So that's my little struggle meal.
You eating butter ramen noodles?
Yeah. With some seasoning. But not the one that comes with it because it's high salt. I have an Italian grinder, like an Italian seasoning grinder. Okay.
Yeah.
So I just use some Italian grinders. That's typically what I use.
I was gonna say,
and not heavy because it's not a lot of salt. It's just like some herbs and some herbs and spices.
Some butter. This nigga eat butter noodles with herbs.
Yeah. That's my little. I'm staying out I'm not buying meat anymore. You know what I'm saying? I'm not buying expensive. You know what I'm saying? All the stuff I'm not buying.
Hey.
Oh.
Butter ramen noodles. I've done it before actually.
And not heavily butter.
Cooked them up.
And not
I use avocado oil. I don't eat butter. But
I would
I've done it before.
What's the olive oil? I would either use olive oil or the butter. It depends on which one I feel like.
It do slap though. If you season it, I mean, I put some garlic on it.
I've used garlic seasoning. I've used onion powder. I mean, I'll throw some stuff on there.
Yeah, it'd be fire. I'm not gonna hold you.
Or the infused olive oil. I've used infused olive oil too.
Yeah, fry them up.
I haven't fried them.
I mean, technically, it's sauteing. You saute them?
Okay. No, I just boil them. I might
try sauteing them. So you put water and butter?
No, I boil it in water. I remove the water and then add some butter and then seasoning.
Oh, okay.
Like it was a real noodle. Like a real noodle, you boil them.
Yeah, you can saute. You can saute drain the water. Same way. Step your game.
Water.
Don't waterlog.
You gotta boil eggs and put it in the ramen, then buy some frozen stir-fry veggies. I mean, that's extra.
He said that's extra.
I mean, that's too many steps. No, it ain't because I gotta cook. I gotta cook the stir-fry. I gotta boil egg.
No, you boil the water. You put the stir-fry in there, the vegetables in while the water's boiling. Then you put the noodles in, and then you drop the egg in, right? Like kind of at the end. You crack it and drop it in there.
You've already you lost me somewhere. It's too many steps. It's too many steps.
And then she decided we deep fry ramen noodles, which is not what we said at all, because that's a whole.
She kind of sautés, probably a little bit of water. It's probably not oil. And oil.
Yeah, you don't need to. Yeah, you don't have to. You don't necessarily have to. Well, I guess you do it. You would have to soften them a little bit.
Keep a bit of water, add spicy mustard and mayo. No, I'm not putting. Oh no, I'm not putting mayo in my ramen.
I don't eat mayo. I don't even eat mayo.
Man,
I don't. I'm sorry. I don't know how we got on this. We always get on random food tangents, but yeah,
we do.
That is how I cook my ramen.
That is cool. Let me see. Well, the last prediction was, do you deal with any of the cognitive distortions? And 83% of the people did. They deal with cognitive distortions. 16% said no. They don't. Their minds are perfectly clear of any bias. Right? Exactly.
Red flag. Red flag. Red flag.
Hold on. Let me get this thing set up. Let me see.
Who said that? Put a 1 in the chat if you don't have no mental distortions, so I can know
that
what red flags are.
Hilarious. They like, I don't have any distortions. All right,
none at
Alonzo
all.
Hall. Yeah, none at all. Appreciate you, Alonzo Hall, for coming through. How you feeling today?
I'm all right. I literally just came up because of the ramen discussion, because y'all said mayo and ramen is bad. Y'all don't knock it till you try. I'm telling you, the mayo and the spicy mustard, you gotta have a little bit of the broth. Yo, I promise you it slaps. It's how they do it. And then, see, you was talking about the egg drop, where you boil the egg in the soup. I'm talking about do the hard boiled egg and then add it afterwards. What you do is, my wife like the egg drop, where you drop the egg in and boil in the water.
I do both because my kids don't like when I drop it in. They like it boiled, and then like the boiled egg add to it after the end.
Yeah. But and other than that, I had a cognitive distortion because I thought y'all was dissing me talking about my ramen.
Nah, we was definitely judging you for putting mayo in ramen. It's already ramen, and you gonna put mayo in it? Like, ooh, ooh!
I'm telling you, man.
Like, why does he hate us? That's what your arteries think. When you eat that, that sounds disgusting. Yeah, like thick soup.
Whoa, hold on,
it's like
beautiful
water.
animated.
Does the mayo go in with broth too? Because it's like wet mayo.
Yes, I promise you. I thought it was gonna be weird, but it's cool. You gotta drain a little bit of the water, but you gotta have a little bit of the water. It's like a thick soup when you add the mustard. But I feel some way about somebody saying Basic 4 is trash.
I don't even know what Basic 4 is. Is Basic 4 for basic people?
Ooh.
Or is it just basic? Is it just basic? I'm sorry, I don't know what's Basic 4.
It's supposed to be like the four food groups. It's the nuts, the oats, the grains, and like some cranberries and raisins and stuff. It's I don't know, man, but it's a good cereal. I like it. Yeah, it's like that. Raisin Nut Bran. Muesli is another good cereal. I'm talking old people cereal now. When you talk about muesli, if y'all know about muesli, that's straight steel cut oats. It's muesli slap though. It's more trail mix. You should eat it dry, but like muesli slap.
The more you say it, I sound nasty.
No, I swear to God, it's slap. I know. Maybe I'm not describing it. I should be like that. Shit. Muesli.
Ooh, that don't even sound good.
Yeah, because it sounds like when you said it phonetically, it sounds like Mucinex.
Yeah, it do. It sound like Mucinex.
Like, yeah.
Oh, look at that. So it's basically like oatmeal, but cereal.
Yeah. Muesli slaps.
I'll be
Is
right
that
back.
like that looks like chicken food? When I look at it, look like chicken food.
That's why I said it's probably best to be like trail mix when you eating it on the go and something.
Yeah. You know, the chicken feed was making the chickens not lay eggs. I'm like, we should have just gave them some of
Oh,
this.
shoot.
They still sell that?
And give them some of that.
Yeah, the chickens tear that up.
Word.
That's good for them. So yeah, people out here eating chicken food. You know what? That's interesting.
I'm tired of your judgment.
I've never heard of a lot of this stuff. What was we eating? Like, I eat Raisin Bran.
Yeah, I like Raisin Bran. Raisin Bran slap too. Raisin Bran crunch. I like the crunch of it, the fiber, all that.
Yeah, after a certain age, you just gotta eat. You gotta eat for health.
Yeah.
Like, we gotta get this fiber in. So I be eating Raisin Bran, and my stomach, like, I be having irritable bowels, so I can't just be eating anything.
It'll go through, yeah, trust me.
Yeah, that ramen. I was like, look, apparently I've hit the I'm too old to be eating ramen. It's too salty. I think it's just too
Yeah.
salty. And even when I try to use like broth, like if you use bouillon or something, it's still all salty.
Oh
So I
yeah,
think
no, I don't like bouillon too much. So we'll see what you gotta do like our Sean do, right? And you just you boil it, and then you use your own seasoning. Even if you drain the broth, okay, or if you keep
right.
the broth, okay, but you add your own season. Some people add cheese to it, all sorts
Ew.
of stuff.
Now I do put some
And
vegetables in it. I mean, if it
yeah,
gets the
nah,
right
you gotta put
vegetables in
veggies.
there, I think it tastes better. But ew. What people be putting in there?
All sorts of stuff. I used to put hot
Cheese?
dogs, yeah, cheese,
I've seen the hot dogs, but cheese,
sausages.
hot cheese,
Um, yeah, it
like nacho
slaps, believe it or
cheese.
not. No, 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 like slices of American cheese.
Oh no! See, American cheese don't
Yeah,
even taste like nothing.
and then it melts. Well, not like that, but like cheddar or something.
Oh, okay.
And
I'm like,
then it melts
look, and y'all
down.
sitting here like this is disgusting.
And he like, you know what? I'm getting off camera. I can't. I gotta Google some of them. Do people really eat this?
Yeah, this
Yeah.
is disgusting. I do put hot sauce in my ramen. That's one thing I'm always put on it.
Yeah, hot sauce. Yeah, that works.
Yeah.
So he got to be expecting. She's
Oh, I
the soup.
forgot.
A beautifully animated speaks is mad about Basic 4.
Oh my
Apparently
god.
it's gone rogue and it's not good anymore. So, but I always like being introduced to new rabbit food.
So don't worry about figuring out what Basic 4 is all trash. Now, Basic 4 is not trash.
We
I am
don't
highly
eat
No.
upset.
tuna. We don't eat tuna in high C. I've
Oh,
tried tuna
no.
in high C. You're not gonna keep having
Tuna and hot seat.
a present tense active verb.
Oh, no.
Like I'm eating tuna in high C every time. I
A
put
present
craisins in
tense
my
active
tuna.
verb.
I
I'll be
put
right back,
craisins in
yo.
my tuna.
Bree, now you know niggas don't understand what that is.
I'm just saying she's saying like I'm actively eating it to this day. I tried it one time. It
To this
wasn't
day.
bad.
To this day, leave Deontay Wilder alone.
But I do
That's a
put
champ.
craisins in my tuna. It slaps, okay?
That's a champ.
And
That's
hummus.
what's up.
Hummus and craisins.
Let me see.
But
I
yeah,
forgot.
We're not
Let me
doing
see.
hot C. It's too much red dye 40.
Oh, no. Back on that.
I try not to get stuff with red dye 40. It made the kids hyperactive.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Angela, I want to run this.
I've heard that.
Yeah, they get really hyperactive.
I forgot that we were supposed to talk about solutions, people. I got all sidetracked by
do solutions. No, that's the point. This is why.
Shoot. Yeah. So one of the cognitive distortions is like being disorganized and forgetting that you're supposed to finish the job. So while everybody is up here, man, y'all can walk through this with me. Boom, boom, boom. Does it make the tuna taste sweet?
This
with
for
the
them
craisins?
15% in chat who said they don't have no distortions.
Yeah, those people that said y'all have no distortions, y'all crazy. Ty said, Ty Libra said she was made perfect, fearfully and wonderfully made. So, if you have these cognitive distortions, like all of us have, okay, what you have to do is one step. These are 10 steps to, let me make sure there's 10. Yep. 10 steps to actually handle the faulty thinking that you can do real time sometimes in these conversations or on your own time to try to identify where your thinking goes wrong. So, Alonzo and also Mandrell can tap in. So we'll just stop in each one real quick. One is to identify the distortion. Write down your negative thoughts so you can see which of the 10 distortions, and we went through 15 that you're involved in. This will make it easier to think about the problem in a more positive and realistic way. So write down the faulty thinking, like what is, that 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3. What the heck is bothering me? Like figure out what it is that's actually bothering you when you hear somebody say something and it triggers something and you want to minimize it or you want to apply a double standard and everybody trying to tell you that you're tripping. Like, go ahead and do that to identify the distortion. That's one tool. I'm just going to go a couple more because I think that's a common one, but I don't think people do it. Examine the evidence. And this is what Bree was talking about. Instead of assuming that your negative thought is true. Examine the actual evidence for it. Didn't her stream the other day? But did you die though? Did you die though? For example, if you feel that you never do anything right, you can list several things you have done successfully. So people who are really deep in that insecurity and imposter syndrome and, I'm terrible, I'm not good at stuff, think back at all the things you actually have accomplished. Because if you're here, most of us on these internets are between 35 and 45, at least in my little sector. Most of us between 35 and 45, maybe down to 30, a couple younger. But you've gotten to this point. You had to have had some successes and things that you're good at. So actually question and challenge the assumptions that you're making that are negative with, counteracting thoughts. And that's something that breeds big. Oh, Alonzo Hall dropped off. I didn't even see him drop off. My bad.
Of course he did.
He just came up to talk about the food. He only wanted to talk about the food.
He came up for the
I want to talk about that first video you played, man. I want to talk about that first video you played about how ridiculous that guy was. About how ridiculous that guy was. I was like, okay, he got a couple of good. No, he didn't have a couple of good points, but I was like, okay, he was on the cusp of making sense with something with like 2 points, on the cusp of it. Then he just fell off a cliff. I'm just like, you didn't even get to the point where you made a good point. You didn't. You just fell off a cliff before you got there. Like he said, no, we don't have to train the men. We have to train the women. I'm like, see, this is where you go wrong. You do have to train the men. You have to. Men should be leaders in this. You have to be taught to be a leader. No one's born a leader, because leadership comes with knowledge, wisdom, and experience. You have to have all three of those to be an effective leader. And those aren't even all you need. Right. But those are things that if you're born, you don't have. You don't have anything when you're born. How are you born a leader? Now, one of my strong suits is deductive reasoning. One of my strongest suits, in fact. I don't say anything out loud, but I do watch and listen. And the reason why I'm able to do that is because, I used to read a lot growing up. I watched a lot, I watched a lot of crime dramas and stuff like that. And most of it came from reading. So when I saw a situation, I was able to deduce, because I knew what things out there were. These are eggshells. What caused the eggshells to break? Someone drops them. Someone must have dropped. If I know that someone's been here, I see footprints. Someone's been here. Eggshells on the floor. Someone broke the eggshells. Someone dropped them. And what direction would they go? Are the footprints going in relation to where the eggshells are? That direction. Let's head over here and let's see what else we can find. You know what I'm saying? I can connect dots really well, but I need the knowledge. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? To be able to relate one thing to another. I need exposure. You don't have any of that. I'm just like, you have to train boys to be leaders, and not all of them going to be leaders. In fact, very few of them going to be. There might be supervisors, a handful of them, but leaders, you might have 3 out of 100. You have a lot of supervisors, and you have a whole lot of cogs in the machine. You know what I'm saying? And that guy, with that video, no wonder we're in the place that we are. You got a lot of people who share that ideology, especially in this YouTube space, man. It really is sad to see. It's really sad to see our ladies crash and burn the way that they do. It's to the point now where a lot of them have seen so much BS in their time, and they've heard a lot of BS, guys sweet talking them and stuff like that, that it's hard for them to believe what's the genuine article and what's not. So they may miss out on really good guys out of fear. It's just.
Hey, I'm back.
Yeah, it's just. I mean, like
Andrew Holmes.
Yeah, it's just me. It's just. I'm a compassionate person by nature. I'm a stoic person by nature. Like as a kid, like now that I'm learning a lot more about stoicism. Like, I always read about philosophers, Epictetus and Marcus Aurelius. I didn't know that that's what I was doing until I actually now taking stoicism seriously, like learning about it, what it is to be stoic, how to be stoic, what kind of practices you need. I'm a stoic person by nature, so shut up.
Me to my A ninja.
Hey, pass it. You don't tell me. You had the mic. You've had the mic for 2.5 hours before I got up here. And then when I got up here, then I got up here in 5 minutes. I talked for like 15 words, and now you said, "Hey, pass the mic."
I did want to ask what point we were on because I think you said can these be used for teenagers? I don't know.
Right. So here's what I want to do, because I know Mandrell, he was going off into his history. What I want to do, Mandrell, I'm gonna let you get yours off. I want to just hurry up and get through these 10 points. What I'm going to do is just replay the video, but I'm gonna pull it up in a way that we can take it part by part. That way I can pause it in the part that's that is particularly troubling to you. So I'm gonna bring back the entire video without my edits. That way you can respond to it, real time. But let's get through these points. And said, can these solutions be used for young teenagers? These can be used for anybody who has the ability to ask themselves these type of questions and think on them, whatever age that is. I would even pose them to younger people if they could. Because I know Bree's respectful parenting, when she says certain things, it sounds a lot like introspective questions. Where are these feelings? I can't, Bree, you be better at articulating this, but you ask things like, are these feelings your own? Why do you feel this way? But you ask questions to get your children to inquire within themselves. And what age did you start that? Does your toddler get some of those questions? What up, OG?
What age do I start? The teenager definitely can do all of these. But the toddler, she can do some of these, but you just have to walk it down. Like you have to walk the idea down. She can't examine evidence. She don't care. But you do start to help them reframe by just giving them more information, I think, like pretty early. Like I've just always done that for her. Like anytime she's upset, I just kind of say, well, I understand you want this, but this is whatever is going on. So I feel like you kind of start testing thoughts. You kind of start helping them see that there's other alternative perspectives pretty early.
Gotcha. All right. So I'm gonna run through these. Point 2 is examine the evidence, but you can do that with even younger children. Like if they say like there's a monster in the closet. I know a lot of people walk to turn the light on, walk to the closet, and like, is there anything there? No. Okay, well, is there anything under the bed? You show them under the bed. So we do
the experimental technique
with young children
because that's objective.
The double standard method. Instead of putting yourself down in a harsh or condemning way, talk to yourself in the same compassionate way you would talk to a friend with a similar problem. I know I've had to learn to do that sometimes. I speak to myself very critically. I speak to myself critically, and sometimes if I try to intentionally say, man, if I were talking to somebody else, how would I speak to it? How would I speak to this situation if it were not me? And that actually helps me solve some of my problems or answer some of my own questions, because my emotions will tell me, like, they'll overwhelm me. Like if I'm going through a situation, I'll get overwhelmed. But if I'm like, okay, what would I tell somebody if somebody asked me this very same situation? So I might need to write it out to remove my emotions from it, read it, and then be like, okay, this is what I would do. And it actually helps me gain some sort of clarity by removing myself in that kind of way. So talk to yourself the same way you would speak to somebody else, because a lot of times we're more critical and harsh to ourselves than we would ever be to anybody else. The experimental technique. Do an experiment to test the validity of your negative thoughts. I know this is definitely a Bree tool. For example, if during the episode of panic, which is ensuing, you become terrified that you're about to die of a heart attack, you could jog or run up and down several flights of stairs. This will prove that your heart is healthy and strong. Did you die though? But did you die though, Inya?
I had to tell myself that.
I've had to do that too. I mean, 'cause I know sometimes I felt like, I can't remember what it was, but I felt like I was about to die. And I'm like, I can't move. And I was like, let me just try standing up. And I stood up and I was like,
right,
I'm fine. So I just started walking.
Yeah.
And after a minute, I was cool. After my mind adjusted, I'm good. I don't know what was going on, but
I've had to do that before. I think I was taking tramadol, and I think I was having some kind of reaction to it, and I wasn't sure at first, but I was like laying in bed. I was like, I'm gonna die. It's like, I think I'm gonna die. So like I called like a MD on the phone, like the video doctors, and I was telling her my symptoms, and she's like, well, she wasn't like really, they can't say you're not gonna die or anything, but she kind of gauged it from her response. I was like, okay. But then my anxiety tried to tell me she didn't know what she was talking about, but she did. But so then I was like, okay, like you're a nurse, like you've been at codes, you brought people back. Surely if something happens, you will definitely know. So if you're doubting it, just like let go of the thought. So I've definitely had too many of those moments.
Me too. Thinking in shades of gray. So this is to get you out of binary thinking or that black and white thinking. Although this method might sound drab, that was a poor pun, the effects can be illuminating. Oh, they're really going to stick to the puns. Instead of thinking about your problems in all or nothing extremes, evaluate things on a range of 0 to 10. When things don't work out as well as you hoped, think about the experience as partial success rather than a complete failure. See what you can learn from the situation. So applying that to a conversation, we were talking about panels. That'd be like, well, somebody like, well, either you're married or are you married? If you're not married, they push marriage. Like if you're not getting married, then what's the point of your relationship? Well, you can ask them like, well, can somebody who is unmarried, or what about somebody that's engaged? They're unmarried. Well, but they're in the process of getting married, but they're not married though, and they can have a fulfilling relationship during that time. So we can prove that there's a gray area in between being single and married that people exist in. What if they were extended their engagement for 2 years? Well, but they're still on the way to marriage. Okay, but there's still a gray area. So you can put people into gray areas that are probably even part of their framework that they don't even recognize. Can people have a relationship without getting married that's successful in the long term? Do you know of any people that have been 20, 30 years in a long-term relationship and died together? Not died together literally, but they died as married people. They didn't, want to go find a new spouse. So there are different things that you can do to move people into that middle ground from their gray, black and white arguments. So that's something you can do because they kind of talk about it from a very personal level. Now, the survey method is a good one. Ask people questions. Inquire. Ask people questions to find out if your thoughts and attitudes are even realistic. My God, the level of humility that people have to adopt to do this, they really won't. For example, if you believe that public speaking anxiety is abnormal and shameful, ask several friends if they ever felt nervous before they gave a talk. Man, but that's definitely a thing. I would ask questions, not just for a personal reason, like even test your ideas against other people. Ask them, what do you think about this? And just let it rock.
Right. Yeah, you got to have people to talk to, though.
Ooh, okay. You wanted to add a little bit of shade in there. Okay, I respect it.
No, I just
had to add a little bit of shade in there.
No, it wasn't shade. I just said, everybody don't have friends, apparently.
Stop it. Get some help.
Bree had to be petty. But that's true. You do need some friends. You do need family. You do need people that you can actually ask those kind of questions to test your ideas on. Define terms. Woo! Now, y'all up in this YouTube space, y'all do not like definitions. Y'all do not like the dictionary. I don't know what it is. That one?
It's because it has dick on the front, and that will make them gay.
And that's not even what this one was talking about. But as far as defining terms, I assumed it was about the dictionary. I jumped to a conclusion. I got myself. But Bree, you're right. That was a good one. When you label yourself inferior or a fool or a loser. Oh, okay. It is asking about definitions. What is the definition of a fool? You will feel better when you see that there's no such thing as a fool or a loser. That's a bad example. Because there are fools and losers.
Definitely
even
such a thing.
Yeah.
By definition.
But what will happen? I will say what will happen for most people. If you look up the word that you're describing of yourself, you probably won't fit that label. You probably won't fit the label that you've given yourself. There's a word for you, but it's probably not the one you're using for yourself. I do believe in that. Ooh, semantics, Bree. Semantics. Mm-hmm. Semantic method. Simply substitute language that is less colorful and emotionally loaded. This method is helpful for should statements. Instead of telling yourself, I shouldn't have made that mistake, you can say, it would be better if I hadn't made that mistake. And again, and this is talking to very I-centric, externalizing this would be instead of telling people what they should do, you could ask, wouldn't it be better, or do you think it could be beneficial if you did this? You could ask a question instead of trying to assert your dominance about what they should do. It lands better.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Reattribution, number 9. Instead of automatically assuming that you are bad and blaming yourself entirely for a problem, think about the many factors that may have contributed to it. Focusing on solving the problem instead of using up all your energy blaming yourself and feeling guilty. So yeah, that is definitely a good one. A lot of times, if you take yourself out of a situation, you're more equipped to solve a problem. But we typically think about how we contributed to it instead of actually, even in these conversations, you'll see these conversations devolve around tit for tats and back and forth. And what about the man? And what about the woman? And we'll never address the point that was brought up. The whole stream name will be about one thing, and we'll never talk about that one thing because of all the underlying feelings. So that's a big one. And this is one I use probably the most often. I use it all the time. We all do, but some of us use it. We do it subconsciously. List cost-benefit analysis. And everything in life is pretty much a cost-benefit analysis. Every decision you make is a cost-benefit analysis. What's it going to cost me? How much time is it going to take? Who's going to be there? What am I going to get from it? Will I have fun? All that stuff. It's all cost-benefit. List the advantages and disadvantages of a feeling. Like getting angry. Is it worth being angry? A negative thought. Like, forget that. Or a behavior pattern. So list the advantages of a feeling, a negative thought, or a behavior pattern. You can also use the cost-benefit analysis to modify a self-defeating belief, such as I always try to be perfect. So using cost-benefit, you can look at the utility. I use the word utility. I use that word a lot. So when I'm on a panel and somebody's getting on my nerves, sometimes I say, what would be the utility of blowing up at them? It wouldn't make me look good. I'm just going to be blowing up. Some people would be like, yeah, they needed to be told anyway. But a lot of times I'm not going to feel too much better. They're not going to learn anything. And it's just going to make another petty internet person want to sit there and do weird stuff and send me weird, because I still get mentions from Simon. I still get those little weird mentions. Exactly. So going off on somebody, even though I was kind to Simon, a little weird stuff still happens. So sometimes it's not worth it. Do that cost-benefit analysis. Do I want to engage with some of these weird people on the internet that don't have any emotional regulation? They might have mental health issues, substance abuse issues. We don't know what their issues are, but don't engage. Walk away. But that is pretty much the conclusion of my presentation with Bree today. Bree, as far as that part of the topic and the solutions that we've covered, was there anything in specific that you think is particularly beneficial that you would want to highlight for people?
No, I think all of those are really good. I think that what I push, I have a friend who recently has started getting help for, I don't know, wasn't really that bad off, but just wasn't really functional. And I still would encourage people, if you're struggling to have functional thoughts or find solutions to your problem, like enact solutions, like you might need help, like for real, like you might need professional help, because some of this stuff, when you see like distorted thinking, it's so hard to logic yourself out of some stuff, right? Like because you're thinking so distorted. So more so than anything, like the knowing that there's so much distortion that can happen to thoughts. Some of these distortions come from like mental health issues, like I said, certain neurotic tendencies, maybe trauma. And so if you're constantly struggling with thought distortions and like not being able to get to solutions or very negative self-talk, like you might actually need professional help. And I think that's okay. It's not normal. I'm here to say it's not normal. And so you might need to get help for real.
Stop it. Get some help. Let me just do it one more time.
Stop it. Get some help.
But for Mandrell wanted to go over this video, or at least a part of it, really triggered something in Mandrell that he wanted to speak to. So we're going to play this. Mandrell, tell me to pause it when we get to a spot where you needed to pause. But this is a video I played.
Is it okay if I drop down? My kids are cooking and I need to go. And I
understand, Bree. Appreciate you, Bree. Thank you so much. And we'll head out right after this. But Bree, thank you so much. Sorry that I'm running over your time. But
no, you good.
Thank you so much.
See you.
Thank you.
Bye, Bree.
All right, cool. So Bree had to go, but we are going to finish this. Give me a second. I'm gonna go ahead over to. Let me see. All right, so cool. I'm gonna do it like that. Perfect. All right, so all right, Mandrell wanted this video. Let me see. Please share in the Discord. I did that. Loves for Bree from Enya. Q. We're gonna play this. It's gonna be a little grainy because it's an old video and I got it stretched out over here.
White structure and castrating the black male has continued.
My bad.
She cannot live with us. It's not that we can't live with her.
Are you blaming us? Are you saying that it's our fault that this happened?
No, I'm not blaming black America women. I just said that I'm blaming the system. They are victims of the system like the black male.
Well, why do you say that we are castrating you? You say that you want to be the leaders. Okay, well, what about the black professional woman? Are you saying that there should be no black professional woman? Are you trying to deny black women the right to be creative, the right to function?
We're not asking for you to take a back seat. We're saying that you have got to be astute enough and can view the situation well enough where you just automatically know what your role is and step back. And whenever you want to have that aggressive thing, this is the thing that the young black man today is not going to tolerate. My old man tolerated it because his old man tolerated it. It came up for years and years and years. But today, the young black man is not going to take it. He's going to be out there as the leader.
White America has used black women to keep the black male in his place. And you're still aiding him by saying, well, we are qualified, we want to work, we can help.
Okay, how are you going to reprogram men so that they don't let us take over what's supposed to be their responsibility? And men that I have had dealings with, they are perfectly willing to sit back and let us do anything we want to.
I don't think that you have to reprogram men. I think you have to reprogram women.
No, you have to reprogram the man so that he will forcefully take what belongs to him, because you know women, as long as we can get, we're gonna get, and it's part of our being. We're going to do anything to you that you let us, whether we want to or not.
You don't want to live on the level of income that I can afford you and love me on the basis of that. You want to always be aspiring to have all those things that's a part of the great middle class white American society, and because I can't deliver these things to you, you say that you are not a man.
I don't measure a man by how much money he can bring home. I measure a man by how he treats me. Whether when I'm tired and I'm sick and I'm scared, he's there.
All right.
Yeah, forcefully take what's his. Because women, we gonna get, as long as we can get, we gonna try to get it. Number one, that's the wrong mentality for a marriage, in my opinion. I think that both sides should try to treat the other as well as they possibly can. And as far as roles, you decide that I think that should go on a case-by-case basis. If I'm better at cooking than you are, it only stands to reason that I'm going to do more of the cooking. If you're better at handling the bills and accounting, it only stands to reason that she should do that if she's better at it than I am. If I'm better at washing dishes or cleaning up, it only stands to reason that I'm going to be doing more of that than her. If I'm better at yard work, only makes sense for me to do more. I'm better at it than she is. Mm-hmm. She's better at the other stuff than I am. When it comes to child rearing, we have to put our two heads together and figure out what's the best route to go. What should we be teaching our kids? How much television to allow them to watch? How long to allow them to play video games? When? You know what I'm saying? How much should we have them read? I want my kids to be reading Epictetus, Marcus Aurelius. You know what I'm saying? I want them to read stuff like that. Now, if I have a kid, doesn't mean my kid's going to come out wanting to read that stuff. Doesn't mean the kid's going to like it. You know what I'm saying? They might do it under protest, but hey, at least they're doing it. So, I mean, I disagree with a lot of that. Not traditionally. No, that's not traditional, but it's just, he said, no, we don't need to reprogram the men. We need to reprogram the women. You got to reprogram both because we're both messed up.
Yep.
You reprogram the woman, but the guy's not up to par. Then what the hell?
Yeah, those are definitely problems. And yes, that stuff will still be going on when you're a grandparent, when your kids are grandparents. that conversation will still be the same unless we develop some type of code and culture for people to operate by. Because right now, if everybody is free and loose and able to do whatever it is they want to do, we're going to choose the path of least resistance.
Yep,
and we're going to choose.
Nature.
Yeah, it's in our nature. We're going to do the easy thing, and we're going to choose the thing that makes us feel good. We're not going to choose the thing that takes work. We're not going to work towards, like right now, nobody understands what commitment means. Everybody uses the word, but nobody knows what commitment means. And see, my issue is I know what commitment means, which is why I don't want to do it. I know what it would take. I know what it requires. I know how much sacrifice is involved. And people want commitment. They want somebody to be loyal, but they don't want actual commitment. They want to reserve the right to be able to walk away, like at will employment. Everybody can walk away at any time, but they'll be pissed if you do it. Like if you don't give 2 weeks notice on the job, they want to say, that was terrible. But they'll fire you like, we got to pack you up right now. So there's that mentality is seeped into our relationships. That same business mindset is seeped over in everything. How do we reprogram? By doing this kind of stuff right here. Having genuine conversations where people can express, be vulnerable, tell you what they think, and we can challenge each other. If we cannot challenge each other, we cannot do the hard work of actually building a code and a culture and agreeing upon things. Because it's going to take people ironing out and deciding for themselves as people are going to, like a man and a woman that are going to have children, are going to have to sit down and have a hard conversation about the direction that they want their life to go in and the way they want their family to go in. That kind of programming is done intentionally, but you have to decide upon a program. And you also have to understand that you're in a country that has its own program. So you're going to run a program that's different from the program that you're living in. So you're like a counter program or sub-program, sub-routine, whatever. Mm-hmm. That's very intentional work because you also have to account for the effects of the influence of your environment. That takes a lot. And a lot of people don't want to put that much work in. We're really just having fun. I want to have sex, so I end up with kids, but it's because I wanted to have sex, not because I was ready to build a family. We do a lot of stuff like that. That was a blaming combo. Absolutely.
Right. So what is a commitment from your perspective?
A commitment means if you have a specified time frame, or like for a marriage, I would say there is no specified time frame. No matter what the challenge is to my desire to want to remain in this dynamic, I override my desire to remove myself, maybe because of inconvenience or whatever. I have to override that desire with a sense of honoring my word that I was going to do something like a contract. I may not want to pay this bill, but I signed a contract that I would pay it at such time. That's the same type of thing. I have committed myself, given my word that I'm going to be invested in an outcome that we agreed upon. And I'm going to do that in perpetuity until the end of the time frame. Again, marriages till death do us part, which is, again, one of the reasons I wouldn't want to do it. But for other arrangements, like it's a business arrangement, for a year's time, me and you are going to work as hard as we can to get this business off the ground. If we're seeing no traction, we'll go ahead and dismiss and disband. If we're seeing returns, we'll go ahead and continue and reinvest in the company. Like a commitment is typically a designated time frame with certain parameters and actions and a code and culture, all that good stuff. But in a marriage, that term is until death do us part. That's assuming that both people have the same positive intent to grow and develop the relationship.
There you go. And that's that. You know what, Arshawn? I'm glad I asked because that's my definition of it.
Yeah.
That really is like almost verbatim. Yeah. Almost. I mean it means it's the same exact thing for me. It means that no matter what we're going through, no matter what hard, and also I'm trusting her not to do anything to intentionally hurt me. Right. And she's trusting me not to do anything to intentionally hurt her. Yeah. Now you're going to have your issues. Yeah, that's part of the agreement. You're going to have your issues. You're going to bump heads. You're going to have your disagreements. You may even have issues, you know. Yeah. However, no matter what those issues are, they're not going to be deal breakers because, again, we're trusting each other to not do that to one another. Like for me personally, I can speak for myself. I'm personally not going to do that. I never have in a relationship. I've never intentionally hurt anyone. You know, of course you make your mistakes. You know what I'm saying? You might say something you shouldn't have, or not moved in the way you should have. You know what I'm saying? To get to reaffirm to that person that extra layer of security. So there's that. You know what I'm saying? And those things, those little things like that happen. But what I've noticed is that people want the right to leave for whatever reason. And you're right. People don't want commitment. Well, they don't want to be the one doing the committing.
Right.
But then when they find someone who is committed, not only willing to commit, but is committed, why would you leave that if it's so rare? Help me understand this, Arshawn. I wish Bree was here too, so she could help answer. Or maybe Inay can come up if she's still out there.
Yeah, commitment's not enough though. Commitment, like I said, my acronym for romance that I'm going with is relationships of marginal attraction and need cost extra. You're gonna have to pay extra if somebody does not want you or need you to the point that they won't just stay no matter what. You gotta pay for that. There's gonna be some payment for that. It doesn't always mean money. It may be you have to be more charming. It may mean you have to do more in the relationship. There's going to be something that you have to do if somebody doesn't really want or doesn't really need you. And if somebody can just walk away with no real reason, that means they didn't really want and they didn't really need you. That's marginal need. That's marginal attraction. That's like a job. If it's a job you don't need, it's like a part-time job. Let's say you got a part-time job. You don't need it because you got a full-time job. And you don't really want it because it starts like the boss is annoying. Are you going to stick around when it gets uncomfortable? No. Unless they offered you a perk. Maybe it's a part-time job and the boss is a jerk, but they offered you a company car where you didn't have to pay for gas. Well, you know what? I'm going to deal with this jerk now because gas is $4 a gallon, $5 a gallon, wherever you at. I don't know what the gas is there. A perk has to compensate for your lack of need and your lack of desire to be there. And that's the same thing in relationships. And I'm going to argue with Bree because this is where I had the issue with the commitment thing. It's like Bree's like, no matter what, nah, that's a bad contract. But that's the contract that people are signing.
Yeah, and
that's
the thing is,
contract.
I want that contract. I want that. You know what I'm saying? That's the insane part to me. Like, why is it so hard to find someone who's willing to accept it? People don't. That's the thing. People don't want the person who's willing to commit to that level. I don't understand that. You know what I mean? You have a person who's committed to you to that degree, and you choose to walk out, and you don't want to. Like I said, it's like I said when we had this conversation one time before on our panel over there, Black Man Unfiltered. I said people don't want to build.
Yeah,
they don't.
Nah, people have no desire to put in the. If you hear people talk, everybody wants everything ready-made. Very few people want to put in work to have something. They just want to possess it. They want to buy it. Like they want everything like what's that, like fresh off the shelf? What do they call that? What do they call that? Like store-bought. They want everything like shelf stable, like just right off the shelf. I just want to buy it pre-packaged, ready-made for me, customized. It's got to be just for me. And people want reassurance from an insecure place. I get what you're saying, Bree. But as far as signing on to an alleged lifetime with somebody, that's what a commitment is. If you could change your mind at any time, because I know you could feel differently at any time, but if you change your mind about the contract and you walk away, then it wasn't a contract. It's not a commitment. And if you're reserving the right to change your mind at any time, that's not a commitment. That's what I'm saying when I say people don't know what commitment means. There is no reassurance. It takes trust or faith. Life contract is to go through life together. That's the commitment. But people don't want to go through. People don't want to go through life together because life is, they want a la carte. They want it a la carte. They want to order what they want to order. They want to leave what they want to. But we're used to that now. We're used to that. We're used to rental cars. We're used to Airbnbs. Now we got air he and he's and air she and she's. I'm gonna just come in. I'm gonna do what I need to do, and I'm gonna dip up out. No contract, no fuss, no muss. We'll have a short-term contract. That's what marriage has become. Marriage has become like a rental contract. It's not really a commitment, not a real commitment. It's just, it doesn't mean what it used to be. And some of us that have different values, I guess maybe we just have to understand the things. People aren't buying houses. They're just going to get an Airbnb. We got to get that. That's what the marriage is now. A marriage is not a mortgage. It's an air she and she contract. And maybe we just got to adjust our thinking. And I'm cool. I'm cool knowing that we just got to adjust. And that's the new reality. But it doesn't mean we got to like it. I will go through with you until the point of breach of contract. And see, that's the thing. Two people would have to sit down and determine what constitutes a breach of contract. What are the things that are impermissible in our relationship? So no matter what, it's still an okay thing to say, because if you're really making a commitment, you're going to deal with some of those things. Like, what if the person goes insane? Well, then you're the person that's going to take responsibility to getting them to help, because they can no longer care for themselves. You're going to get them committed or get them into the asylum or whatever. You're going to take responsibility for the part that they play as well, because you're their partner, you're their mate, you're responsible. You're taking joint responsibility. You're no longer a sole proprietorship. It's a joint operation now. And it's weird. We want to be able to get away scot-free with no responsibility at some point. And I get it. It's the path of least resistance. I get that, man. I get it. But we wouldn't need reassurance if people lived to that ethic. That's what people are expecting. And then when the other person doesn't hold up their end, they get disappointed and they get hurt. Is it society's fault because the country is built in contracts? Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, if you want to say fault, but I mean, it's culture. Our culture now has shifted from a more permanent mentality to a very like temporary, ephemeral mentality. Everything is like gig economy. I used to have labor, and I knew that I was protected by a union, and it would be hard to get rid of me. And I had stability and I had security. Our country was built on some semblance. If you had the leverage, if you had a skill that was necessary, you could have protections and security and contracts and all that stuff. But that culture has shifted. Now everything's kind of we don't want too much commitment. So like I said, the Airbnbs, I can just sign in on Lyft and do a couple of jobs and get paid real quick, and earn a couple bucks and then dip up out. Like, there's no real people are abandoning structures and frameworks for stuff that's very amorphous. So institutions like marriage are starting to look the same. College starting to look the same. Adjust. There's no reassurance. Life ain't built that way. That's cool. This is why I'm planning to become an expat. I'm with you. And see, my adjustment is I just won't even consider. I wouldn't even consider. Even if I was right myself, ready to date, I wouldn't even do it. I couldn't even do it because the level of people's mentality, I can't do it. Man, you got one more time to snort in my ear.
My bad.
But yeah, man, I get why that video was a trip. That video is from like 1968 is when I first saw they had in 1968. Somebody else said the 70s, but the conversations have not changed in about 60 years.
Right.
60 years, man.
I agree. We're still having the same conversation 60 years later, and nothing's changed. Nothing's gotten better. It's only gotten worse.
Mm-hmm.
No one's learning anything. Look at these YouTube panels. People make fun of me. Where the old men drill at? Where the old men drill?
Man.
Well, that men drill has evolved, and he will continue to do so. He's going to continue to do so. I can either choose to stay the same, I can choose to get worse, or I can choose to get better. Mm-hmm. I chose to get better. That's just the long and short of it.
Yeah. And Ty Libra's right.
I agree with Ty Lee, bro.
I say it won't improve. I think it will change. This is semantics. It's going to change because we always change. As society changes, the conversation changes, but the crux of it, that men and women, now that they have choice, don't need each other and now have to find to add value, that costing extra in romance, the C and the E. People are going to have to add value to people's lives, and that's what we're rejecting. Men are saying, well, you have to bring something to the table other than sex. So what they're saying is, I want you to add value to my life. And women are saying the same thing. You can't just show up at my house with all these problems. It's like taking care of another kid. You're taking away value. I need you to add value. I need you to make as much or more than me. Everything they say is, I want you to add value, add value. I need you to be able to teach me to add value. Everybody's looking to add value, but that's a consumer mindset.
Yes.
That's a consumerist mindset. Everybody's looking to add value.
So, Arshawn, give us an example of a productive mindset in the context of relationships and marriage.
Man, Bree says this all the time. Get to know a person. Get to know a person. So for me, if there was somebody I was truly interested in for who she was as a being, like when I speak to her, I'm interested in her, what her thoughts are, what her interests are. That person is somebody I'm going to invest my time to get to know as a human being, not looking for what she can do for me, even if it's without sex. If she doesn't want anything other to be my friend, cool. I want to be invested in this person's life as much as they'll allow me to. It's a kind of the same way I do even with this platform. There's a whole lot of people in this platform, in this space, that I'm not trying to romance or have sex with, but I am invested in as much of their well-being as I can be. If they ask me a question, I'm going to do my best to answer it. I'm going to do my best to show up for them in ways that they find valuable. I'm going to support them. I'm going to broadcast them. I'm going to lift them up and make them look as good as I possibly can, other than what they can do for themselves. I want to be an enhancer. I want to add value to somebody without the need to receive sex or romance or validation or money from a person. That's what I want to be able to do for another person. That's what I would take into a relationship with the person that I desire to be with. Man, I find you so valuable just for the nature of who you are, not for anything that you do for me, that I'd like to pursue having you in my life full time. Like, I just want you around.
Say it again.
That I want you around full time. I want you and your presence. It's so meaningful to me that I want you there as much as I'm possibly able to have you. I just want you there, and I want to build something. I want to build something with you. Maybe that's a family. Maybe that's just a home. Maybe it's kids. Maybe it's not. But I want you around. I want you in my life, and I'm willing to sacrifice the possibility of doing that same thing with anybody else to do that. So that's, for me, that would be the developing of a relationship.
Will
we live to see the evolution? I don't know. Got to take it case by case. Can't depend on any structure that guarantees a result anymore. The results aren't guaranteed, but there's one guarantee. If I do not play the game, I can't win and I can't lose. No, I don't lose because I didn't play. I didn't win or I didn't lose. I abstained. I didn't play the game. I didn't get burnt, but I didn't win either. There's a guarantee in that. I just don't even get invested. So that's kind of me. That's kind of like a separatist, retreatist. I don't know what you want to call it. I'd rather not invest the energy because it's really difficult on current situations. It's really hard to get to know somebody because everybody's looking to. We play this Professor Odie. I'm gonna answer everybody's looking to fulfill a need or a want through a person. So that's their primary. So the first thing they want is to fulfill a need or a want through a person, which is why the romance is relationships of marginal attraction and need. Attraction and need. Attraction is a want. What people want and what they need, they're trying to satisfy through a person. Mandrill, I need money. So I'm going to start being friends with Mandrill because I know he got money, so I can borrow money from him. I'm not friends with him because Mandrell's such a cool guy. Man, Mandrell, you cool. You cool to hang out with, man. I just want to hang out with you because you're a cool person. I think we should be friends, man. Why don't we go hang out? Why don't we go drinking this weekend? Oh, you don't drink? Well, why don't I come to Muay Thai? I can't remember the name. Jiu-Jitsu, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Why don't I come into Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu? I just like to hang around you, man. You a cool person. That's you as a person. That's you as a human being. But that's not why most people do things. You are somebody that has some resources that I want to get something from. I'm going to hang around you. Hopefully, some of your resources fall off on me. Or I get to know you enough that I endear myself to you. So that way, man, I'm having a hard time this week, man. I don't even know if I'm going to have gas to get to work. You be like, oh, Rashawn, man, you cool. You cool. I like you. Here's $50, man. Just take. I don't even want you hurting like that. So the intention, I guess what I'm trying to say is the intention is the problem because people are intending to satisfy a need through a person as opposed to meeting a person. And through the nature of the relationship, the person satisfies a need. So it's the same. It's still transactional, but the intention is flipped. So that's kind of what I'm saying. If you're investing in a person and even if they don't meet your needs, you still rock with them. That's a real relationship. If Bree, if Inya, if Yella, if y'all never did anything else for me again in life, I would still feel the same way for y'all. I'll still be cool with y'all. I would still support y'all. I would still say this is cool. This person's cool. This platform is cool. This stream is cool. This blog is cool. I would still do that. Y'all ain't got to do nothing for me for that because I value y'all as people. And that's the difference. Most people, the conditionality, the lack of commitment is because the moment you stop doing that thing that I need or that I want, you're no longer useful. And your life has no value other than what you can do to provide my need or my want. That's why I really feel like that's where we're lost at, man. We're lost right there.
Yeah. I agree wholeheartedly.
It's problematic but it's hard to see. It's a fine line between me getting to know a person and receiving benefits through our relationship than me coming after you to satisfy a need. It will look the same. It will look the same. It will feel the same, but the energy will be different. People don't feel used if you treat them like a person. They feel seen, they feel validated. But my pursuit, my interest, my attention, all of that will look the same. The difference between a friend and a con man is it's only intent. A friend will show up for you the same way a con man will, except the con man's trying to dig in your pockets. A friend may cost you, but they're not trying to dig in your pockets. The outcomes may be very similar, but it's about the intent. That's the difference, the intent. One person's trying to actually pour into you because they value you. The other person's trying to extract from you. But the intent, the interest, the pursuit, all of that will be exactly the same. And that's where people have a hard. When we say our picker is broken, we can't gauge the difference between somebody's interest being for them or for you. We've lost that ability. Should a partner person be responsible for filling our personal needs? We should be self-reliant. That's the thing. Your personal needs? No. You should be able to meet your personal needs independent of another person. You should be able to meet your personal needs without another person. That's the ideal. That's the aspiration of an adult. That's what they call adulting. But you have some needs that require another person. And I'm going to pull I'm going to have to go over to but see, here's where it gets murky. And we get this is where we get all academic. See, some of your personal needs, people wouldn't qualify as personal needs. Like some of your personal needs, after you've got your food, you've got your shelter, you're having sex, you're safe, you've got a job, you've got a home and a car, you're healthy, you've got your family, you got cousins, family, brothers, all that good stuff. You're going to eventually start looking for friendship, looking for family, looking for sexual intimacy. And those needs, and those are personal, require another person. Friendship, and it's a personal need, requires another person. But I believe your question to mean stuff like, I shouldn't need you to feed myself. I shouldn't need you to be housed. I shouldn't need you to take care of me. Like I shouldn't be a dependent. But a lot of our personal needs have to be filtered through another person. Friendship, family, sexual intimacy. And even on the next level, if there's nobody else involved, what are you really achieving? Like, where do you get the acclaim from for achievement? You're just doing stuff. Self-esteem is really going to be rooted in other people too. Because self-esteem is truly going to be how you see yourself through how other people see you. Because if it's just you on the planet, you're not really going to have self-esteem. Like, it's just going to be you. Self-esteem is like how you see yourself fitting into society. How do people, if people were to judge you through the lens in your own mind, you'll be like, man, I'm killing it right now. I look good. I smell good. I make good money. I'm driving a nice car. You're probably going to have some self-esteem. If you know you're intelligent, if you know you're well-spoken, if you know you're funny. But all those pretty much require other people. So even our self-esteem is tied to how we feel other people will perceive us. Until you get to, I feel, the level of self-actualization. But again, you had to grow to this point through other people. Once you get to the self-actualization point, after you've kind of come up off of other people, yourself has grown. Through the family, through the friendships, through the sexual intimacy, you've been validated and affirmed as being worthy of human connection. And you start developing self-esteem and confidence, and you get achievements, and you've worked, and you've got the respect of others. You're respected by others. Then you start flexing your personal self, your individuation, your individual, your morality, your creativity, your spontaneity. You start evolving as a human being on the highest level of possibility. You start setting yourself apart from people again. Then your self-esteem no longer requires people to keep it up. Nobody has to keep validating you because that tank has already been filled. Man, I know I'm the stuff. I don't need another person in life to tell Rashawn that he's smart. Nobody. The rest of my life. Nobody the rest of my life told me I was smart. Nobody could shake that confidence. Unless my mind starts slipping in my elder ages, in the elder years, eventually, man, it's like unless something comes to shake that confidence, like I said, old age, and I can't remember stuff. I can't calculate stuff. I can't make connections. It might get shaken. And then I would ask other people, hey, man, am I slipping? Am I tripping? Then I would slip back down to esteem. Am I still respected? Do I still got it? Like even like that with the sexiness. Do I still got it? Do I still got game? Can I still talk to a woman? Do men still want me? We'll lose that confidence and self-actualization. Maybe at some point, maybe something comes along and shakes that. Some person makes a comment. Fewer people look at us. We get fewer likes on social media. So our esteem, we go back down to that green level. And we gotta build that back. Hey man, I'm gonna start trying to get some attention again. I gotta see if I still got it. I gotta build my self-esteem back up. I fell off. I got caught slipping. But then once you get back to up in that self-actual, yeah, I still got it. I'm still the man. I'm still who I thought I was. Then you won't need people's constant validation again. So it's a weird push and pull of independence and interdependence the entire ride up.
Yeah, Warren Buffett Warren Buffett talks about using an internal scale as opposed to the external scale. The internal scale is you're judging yourself for yourself and not worrying about how other people judge you. You're judging your successes by your own gauge, by your own scale, as opposed to what others see, because your definition of success is going to be different from others, and Arshawn, I really am happy that I decided to level up. I was already on a much higher level than most people. I already was. Like when I first showed up on YouTube, all you heard me was do was curse people out. And I made fun of a lot of the red pill stuff by just pretending to go along with it from time to time. Mm-hmm. But I was being sarcastic. Okay. I was like, no, see, here's the thing. I learned fairly recently that people can't tell when I'm joking and when I'm not. Because I use a lot of sarcastic humor. A lot of sarcastic. I just like sarcastic humor, you know what I'm saying? But so people got confused. I said, oh, so that's why people thought I was red pill. That's why people thought I was manosphere. They couldn't tell I was joking. So that's why you see me not doing sarcastic humor anywhere near as much as I used to. And I try to make it abundantly clear that this is sarcasm. You know what I mean? Like if you took your red goggles off, I'll say, yeah, all right, Sean, glad to see you keeping the headphones on. You know, when you clearly took it off, it'd have to be something that obvious. You know what I mean? Right. These days, that's what it is. But yeah, I mean, I'm seeing have a conversation on philosophy with Rashawn. But yeah, you have to gauge yourself by your own internal scale, your own internal measurement. Goddamn, what other people think of you. If you are, like, say, veterans who live off their VA checks, right? It ain't much. Like, if you're a single veteran with no kids, no wife, no kids, no spouse, that's $3,500 a month, tax free for the rest of your life. If people choose to live off that and that's their margin of success, I salute. Good for you. You know? So I don't judge people about that anymore. Like, little podcast comes out and says, I'm broke. I ain't got no money. I got my Section 8. I'm happy. I got my Section 8. I can't work no job. What's up? Podcast, you got to work, do something. No, I don't want no job. Oh, okay. You want to live off the government, be on Section 8. Yep. Oh, well, hey, all right then. And people like, you ain't got nothing smart to say, Mandrill? I'm like, nah, he flat out told us he wants to live off Section 8. What else can I say to that? Like, honestly, Risha, if someone flat out tells you that's what they want to do the rest of their life, nothing else I can say. There's no, he's successful in his eyes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I ain't even mad. I ain't even mad. Like, I got to a point. I don't judge lifestyles. Like, I promise you, I knowingly gave money to people I knew were going to smoke crack. I knew it. I will enable anybody. And whatever you want to do with your life that is not harming another person, I really don't care. If you want to go into a closet and spin around on a broom handle, I don't care. I don't care what you do in your personal time. I don't care if you self-destruct on food, drugs, sex. I really don't care as long as everything is consensual with adults. I honestly just don't care. If you want to be on Section 8 and welfare at 40, 50, and you really just don't want to work again, you don't want to subject yourself to being demeaned on the job and somebody else telling you what to do, I don't care. I'm not judging them. Like, but my issue is, like, something my nephew told me, you gotta live your load out. Like, once you make that choice, you know there's a specific path, and we know everybody else is going to judge you on that. Everybody's going to judge you. Everybody's going to look at you. Everybody's going to have a comment. You can't then be mad that people comment and say things. And what's up, 100 watts? That's my only issue. When sometimes people will make that choice that everybody knows is not normal. Everybody knows is not societally, it's deviant behavior. Everybody knows you're doing something totally unexpected. Everybody's going to look at it, and then you don't want anybody to comment. That's the part where I have a problem. And that's typically what people like that do. They'll do something abnormal, atypical, and be like, everybody's supposed to treat me like I'm normal. You can't comment on it. You can't say it's strange or weird. No, it is. Not that it's bad. It's just weird. It's weird because it's abnormal.
The thing is, he knows that too. Like, he knows it's abnormal. He knows it is, and he's straight up with it. I'm like, okay. I mean, what can I say to that?
Yeah, then I ain't tripping, because that means
right. What can I say? Yeah, like, what can I say to that?
If he got to that point where he's not dependent on anybody's validation of his choices, that's great. That's actually a more self-actualized place that he landed on. It's just not the way we would have gone about it. He solved the problem for himself. He's up there. He solved the problem. I don't ever want to have to take care of my financial needs again. He's got the government to do it. That's great. I say more people need to get the government to take care of their bills. But I also understand why a lot of people don't, because there's a look. There's an image they want to uphold. But that's social. That's social pressure. That's the need to validate yourself against other people's experiences. A lot of times we do things not for ourselves. Why are people augmenting their bodies? Possibly dying. Why are people taking that risk? If nobody else existed, would they still do that? Like, if there was some machine, if you were the last person on earth and there was a machine that could implant your butt, would you do it? No, because nobody else would be there to care. Why would you risk yourself for nobody to care about it? We're not honest about our motivations a lot of times. And that's what I really want to see people change. Now, let's be honest.
Yeah.
Let's be honest.
No, he's not joking. He wasn't joking. He said that quite a few times.
Yeah. I think I heard him talking about. I think I heard him talking about food stamps one time, and I was like, "That's interesting."
Yeah,
he got up on the panel and started talking about that openly. Yeah,
I got my food stamps. I got my Section 8.
Yeah,
I'm good. I'm happy. So your apartment is on Section 8. Yep. Oh, okay, cool. Because he asked me one time before, how can he quit his job and still get unemployment? I said, okay, podcast. I said, well, honestly, off the top of my head, I'm not entirely sure that you can do that.
Can't do that, yeah.
I don't know. But let me get one thing clear. Let me ask you this. He said, what's up? I said, you're telling me that you want to quit a job where you're earning full-time wages to draw unemployment? He said,
want to work.
Yeah. I said, you do know that that's significantly less, right? I don't care. I want it. I want unemployment. And you're going to quit your job? Yeah, I can't stand going in there no more. I said, You know what? I wish I had the answer for you. I don't know anything about that. So I don't know. You have to get laid off to get the unemployment. You can't just walk off a job. I think he got it.
He might have.
I don't know. He might have. Yeah, I don't know. But he's doing all right now with his circumstances. So I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
Hey, but hey, I agree. I think this. Everybody doesn't need to be on a job.
Yeah.
There's some people who
Everybody
don't
can't
need
cope
to be
with
on. Right. There's some people who just don't need to be on a job. They can't cope. They can't adjust. They can't adapt. And that's the situation. I think that's the situation with him. He's just a person who can't adapt. He has issues adapting in environments like that. And that's fine. If a person like that wants to go on Section 8, I salute. Good for you. Go ahead, because I'd rather you be healthy mentally as opposed to torturing yourself going to a job that you absolutely hate and dread going into every day in, day out. It's a much better situation for him, for his mental health. He does podcasts. He still does his YouTube channel and stuff like that. He says, he curses everybody out all the time and he burns bridges for no good reason. Yeah.
And that's the part. That's where you turn left, because that hurts other people. And that's where you lose me on that one.
Yeah. That's where he lost me on that one too. I'm like, you know what? Talk about a crash and burn. And he does it to himself.
Yeah. And that's why you can't save everybody. Like, I know to that point about everybody not being able to work. I don't know what it is. But even Inya, that guy that you posted in the Discord, that guy that shot the people in the bank, he knew that he was getting fired that day. Allegedly, what I saw in the newspaper, the article, he knew that he was getting fired that day. And so that was one of the reasons he popped off. He had struggled adjusting at work, and I guess back when he was in school, he had trouble. So everybody cannot manage everything the same. We talked about the distortions. One thing is that, was it the fair fallacy, the fallacy of fair? It's not fair. And everybody can't cope with that. It eats some people alive, and they start making really bad and harmful choices, self-harm, and they harm others because they just can't cope with the negative emotions. So either they hurt themselves, like some people cut themselves. I never understood that one, but it does something for psychologically for people to cut themselves. Some people, we harm ourselves through other ways. Me, it's sugar and food. Somebody else, it might be risky sex. Somebody else is drugs. Everybody's got something. Everybody has a vice, because we're all trying to cope with the life that we have. Because if we all got to the real truth, very few of us are like 100% happy all the time. A lot of us deal with negative emotions and we cope with it the best way we can. But it's like the big unspoken reality, because most people who are striving and chasing after something, they're not happy chasing either. They want to just be there. They don't even know what there is most of the time. Because when they got to the number that they thought they got to, they still weren't happy. And it wasn't enough. And they kept chasing. Like, most people are always chasing a feeling that they never find. Most of our days are meh. Most of the portions of our days are meh, with ups and downs. But, we don't talk about that. And not everybody can cope with that. All that heat, we heap a lot of negative emotion, comparison. You got to have this, you need to have that. we push people to their breaking point, and society's getting people. It's getting really bad.
Yeah.
People don't. It's getting really bad, man. But we gotta fix that. But that's through the cognitive stuff, through the distortions, through fixing every little piece of yourself. The way you are emotionally triggered, what you're vulnerable to, working on yourself continually, you shore yourself up and are less susceptible to societal pressure. You're more resilient, but that's work. And if you're not working on yourself and you're not working on relationships and you're not working, because like little podcast, you don't want to work, or if any area of your life that you actually want to be satisfied in, you're going to have to put work into it. There's an old saying, you get out of it what you put into it. And you got to put work
into it.
That's true.
That's true. You have to put anything worthwhile, you have to put work into it.
You got to.
Even like being with someone, that person might mess up. They might make a mistake. But if that person is doing the work to make those changes, why would you leave?
Yeah.
If that person is improving, why would you leave? That, I mean, my thing is because it's a person who you see that this is a person who's willing to make those changes to be better and be better in that relationship or whatever the case may be. I'm just like, yo, like, why would a person leave? Because people do this now. I've seen people do this. You know, like not last Friday, but Friday before last, we were talking about a married woman leaving her husband for an issue that was not a deal breaker. He's doing the work to fix it, and she leaves anyway. In my book, that's messed up.
It is.
In my book, the wife is wrong. Because at that point, what do you want? It's super rare to find a man who's going to do the work to change. But you have one, but you have one with you who's doing the work to change. And you leave anyway? Like, what are the odds of you finding that again? But let's keep it funky, Rashawn.
I mean, but here's good. But that's
what are the odds of you finding that again?
But Manziel, you got to wrap your head around this part. If they left it when they said they were getting what they want, what they realized was that wasn't what they wanted. So they don't need to find it again because they didn't want it now. So you're saying you're not going to find this thing again, but they had it and they left it. So they don't care about finding it again. They realized it didn't satisfy them. And that's what I'm talking about. The things we pursue, like the whole cognitive distortion thing is about, we pursue a lot of things and we say a lot of things and we do a lot of things unconsciously. So there's a lot of people that will pursue relationships based upon what other people think they should want. And they adopt those desires. Greg Bryant in the building. It might be a career. It might be a partner. It might be a pair of shoes. I mean, because you know how many people bought those ugly Yeezys.
Oh my God!
I don't care what nobody says.
Hideous.
But the crowd said they're popular, so you make them pretty until they're not, and then you quit wearing them, or you find something to replace them. Like, but that's the way we are. But that's, as humans, we gotta make room for that and accept that somebody, you gotta try it out. You are sorry, Madrill. This might, sorry, I ain't trying to offend you. You're a pair of Yeezys. You've got value, but to somebody, you were like, yeah, I thought they were going to be what I wanted, but they weren't. You got to try it out. You got to try it out. And then you got to put it back on the shelf. And it happens to everybody. Everybody, because no matter how beautiful you are, Halle Berry, no matter how rich you are, Bill Gates, no matter how handsome, no matter how well built you are, no matter, there's nothing that will keep a person that does not value what you are. There's nothing you could do. They don't have to be there for that part. And maybe they shouldn't be there for that part. It clearly was a deal breaker for her. How are you going to say it's not when she left?
Yeah, but the wife, I was like I said, that's what I said. In my opinion, from my perspective, that's messed up.
Oh, it's messed up.
That's messed up. That's messed up. You left a marriage, even if it was a regular relationship, that's still messed up.
Yeah.
Like, hey, yo, and then I'm like, I hope the guy keeps doing what he does, doing what it takes to get better, keep improving, elevating himself, getting better. and goes out there and kick ass at life. I really do. You know what I'm saying? I hope he does, because he got done dirty. He got a raw deal.
But like
from my perspective,
even like you said, if he goes out and kicks ass at life, he still gets no guarantees from that. Right. And that's the part that we have to wrap our minds around with this new way, this new lifestyle. There are no guarantees. You can work 28 years and they can lay you off right before you get to 30. And then they can try to take your pension away and say they were insolvent. You can marry somebody, and as soon as they turn 42, they can divorce you, man or woman, or go through some kind of midlife crisis and just leave and disappear with the pool boy or the pool girl, whatever. There are no guarantees anymore. Nothing. You can go to college and not get a fulfilling and quality career that pays off your bills and your own student loans. There are no guarantees. Nothing. Some things people don't even know or have interacted with until they get the chance. Yeah. Why people need to be having deep friendships and relationships outside of relationships. Yeah. You cannot put all your chickens, all your eggs in one basket. Speaking of eggs, and the eggs I ain't bought. You cannot put all your eggs in one basket. All your emotional eggs. You cannot put all of your emotional eggs in one basket. Now, I know our culture is to put all of your romantic eggs in one basket. Sure. But everything that you need to feel like a whole being, to feel validated and affirmed and worthy, that can't all go into one person. No one person can be the receptacle for the burden of your well-being.
True. Now that's true. No one person can be the receptacle. You have to have other things like hobbies and other friends.
You got to cultivate other relationships to make you feel whole. So that way, if somebody, like, that's the community that you build. So that way, if somebody does break your heart on some really unfair, cruel stuff, heartless stuff, they didn't even communicate to you honestly and just dipped up out on you, and they said they was going to the store, never came home. If they do that to you, you have people that you can cry on their shoulder. Like, that's the kind of relationship you have to have. Like, dang, bruh, that was crazy. You want to go get a beer? Or let's go to jiu-jitsu and pound the bag. Let's do some forearm shivers. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what we got to have. Yeah, life's not fair. People do messed up stuff all the time. And the truth is, at some point, we're going to be a coward and do something messed up too. If we're honest about it. There's something that keeps us up at night in a relationship. There's something that makes us so unsafe. Maybe it's her. She knows she's pregnant and doesn't say anything for 3 months before she tells you, while she wraps her head around it. While she decides if she wants to keep it. Maybe that's her unsafeness. And maybe for you, is if you lose your job, you're going to still walk out every day because you don't want to admit that you lost your job. And you're going to walk out every day and go do something for 8 hours a day for 6 months and live off your savings that she didn't know you were dwindling because y'all keep y'all's money separate. We don't know. I don't know what it is, but every person on this planet has something that makes them unsafe. Some fear, some insecurity, some doubt that if it comes up in the relationship, when it comes up in the relationship, it's going to be a grenade. Everybody's got it. A person can change their mind. That's why it takes a degree of trust or faith to be in a long-term relationship. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I know all the people I was around, all the people I dated, nobody was safe except for maybe 2 people. 2. Like, I knew their character. I got to know their character. I knew when that messed up stuff, they were not the type to do the messed up stuff. They were just so conscientious and so, like, they were so caring and compassionate. That wouldn't have been the problem. The messed up stuff wouldn't have been the problem. The messed up stuff would have been they just got sick of me. But I would have had warning. They were the kind of people, I would have had warning. I would have had flags. I would have had notifications, sticky notes on the mirror. I would have had all of that. But their problem would have been, okay, I'm just sick of you. And you just don't do it for me anymore. But they wouldn't have done me dirty. They would have just dismissed me. And that's the work that's hard, is to learn people's character. Because character is found out in difficult times.
Yeah.
And difficult times is where everybody's running from. Nobody wants to be around you if you're a difficult time. Nobody wants struggle love. Nobody wants you around. So nobody sticks around to find out which character is. The moment it's a hard time, they're running. They don't want to be a part of a hard. It's not fun. It's not sexy. It's not cute. It doesn't look good on Instagram to go through a hard time. So that's the challenge. How do you find anybody's character if you run when it gets challenging? You don't. So you'll never have a long-term commitment. And that's where we are as a country.
And you know what, Arshawn? Don't get mad. You see me on the panel saying the same exact things.
No,
you're a man. The thing is, you're a man after my own heart, man. Because I believe the same thing. Full regalia. Yeah.
We need to have some hard truths. Like in this country, in this YouTube space, we need to have some hard truths. And we're not having the hard truth conversations. Like me and Bree, we had that whole uncomfortable conversation, and everybody was pissed because we came after like the blackness in church. You know, some people came over here and they was hot, and I was like, y'all know what you're talking about. Y'all ain't studied enough. Nah, but we can see. We can see, and y'all not telling the truth. There are pro-black people who are not telling the truth about the conditions in the United States in which we find ourselves. There are some very uncomfortable truths about dominance and power and where we stand and what we can and cannot conceive of and do on this nation's land. There's some very uncomfortable truths about what black people can do in this space. There's some very uncomfortable truths about who black people are. There are very uncomfortable truths about what men and society look like today and what a way forward looks like.
And they look pathetic.
Yeah, there's some very uncomfortable truths about, do we even care about children in this country? That's an uncomfortable conversation. Nobody wants to admit, but all the actions tell you we don't care about kids. There's some uncomfortable truths about women. There's some uncomfortable truths about every demographic that's fighting to have their plight be supreme over everybody else's, and plight supremacy. I'm gonna make that a thing. Plight supremacy. Everybody wants everybody else to care about what their plight is. It's got to reign supreme. But at the root of it, still, there's a lot of uncomfortable conversations that we're hiding and masking behind the things that we want. All this clamor about men need to give us this, women need to give us this. All of it is masking the real conversations. Yeah, and yeah, the conversations we're having, the salacious ones, the controversial ones, those will bring money. Nobody's sending cash apps to tell them you're not a real Christian, or you don't love your kids, or you don't deserve anybody's love because you don't love anybody. Nobody's going to send in a super chat or a cash app to hear that. But those are the uncomfortable conversations. If we want to fix anything, if we ever want to fix anything, we're going to have those conversations. Conversations about literacy. Which we may get into neurodivergence and dyslexia when we have the literacy conversations. Because if there was a literacy test to get on some of these panels, if there was a CAPTCHA, am I a robot? Am I literate? If there was a literacy test to get up on the panel, you hit StreamYard, there was a little literacy test, man, you know, these panels will be dry. These panels will be dry. There probably wouldn't be another 10-person panel again if StreamYard had a literacy test. A basic math test, numeracy. All the people that want to get up, I promise you, I'd probably fail the math test. I mean, I ain't gonna lie to you. I'll be
yeah. If it's anything higher than arithmetic or basic algebra,
basic math.
If it's arithmetic, yeah, I got it. I got that.
Make it even practical. Give it like you've got a gross income. These are your deductions. You calculate the net, and then whatever the net is for that week, have them tell you what that equals to in a salary.
Man, you talking about a 99% fall off.
Exactly.
You talking about less than 1% of the people get that.
I've been
You know what
trying
the
to
saddest part about it is? The saddest part about it is
What's
they
that?
got Google. They can just Google it, and then and they'll still fuck it up. They'll still miss. You know, I don't understand people like when they ask for questions like, "Oh, what's the answer to this?" And they Google it, man.
Yeah. But
What's the problem?
That's the stuff that's uncomfortable. That's the actual work that we need to do to start bridging some of those gaps, some of those problems, some of those flaws in humanity, some of those flaws in American culture, some of those flaws in the Black community, whatever demographic, there are some inherent flaws, and we're not working on the flaws. We're promoting some other type of cause. Like we're doing something else. I hate that word distraction, but we're self-soothing by blaming. It's somebody else's problem. It's somebody else's fault. Unless we'll build a platform on it being somebody else's fault and never get back to what our role and responsibility is. So that's kind of how I determine like what channel I can listen to. If I don't hear accountability for self, I can't really listen too long. Any channel you see me on is somebody where they talk about self accountability, self-responsibility, what I have to do, what we have to do as individuals. If I don't hear those buzzwords, those keywords, man, after like a week, a month.
That's why you see me. That's why you see me do so many episodes on stoicism.
Yeah,
there's just so much to it. You know what I'm saying? You know, people say they like it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna do more episodes on that in the future. Mm-hmm. But I don't know. We'll see.
Ooh. Well, yeah. Get ready to head up out of here. Man, Drill, man. Go ahead and get the people, man, some closing thoughts, man. I know today is Tuesday, so I know you'll be up tomorrow. Let everybody know where you're going to be at. And final word.
You can find me on the Black Man Unfiltered Network here on YouTube for my show at 8:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. It's called Unapologetic with Mandrell and Shushu. And Shushu is my younger sister. She is also my co-host. So we'll be doing that. What we're talking about tomorrow, we still don't know. We still haven't agreed on what we're talking about. So just check in tomorrow and check us out. We'll be talking about something great. I'm sure of it.
That's
what's up, and hit the StreamYard link and join the conversation, people.
Okay.
Especially the ladies. Yeah, especially the ladies. Ladies, you are welcome. You're welcome to join the conversation.
Yep. As he said, you're welcome. Now, listen, ladies and gentlemen, I will be back tomorrow for a little talk about jealousy, a little prepared thing about jealousy. So I'll be talking about jealousy tomorrow. Tonight, though, at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, I'm dropping a Twitch link in the chat. If you are a Twitcher, hard R, go over there and check. Oh, that's not it. That is it. Cool. Go over there, follow, sub, whatever that is. Nisho Gun. Bree will be over there at 8 p.m. Eastern for like an interview. He does the voice of God style, so you'll just hear the voice. But man, I had a blast. I did it Tuesday, had a lot of fun. I brought that question about superhero powers over here. I'm Dutch Oven. Bree is Porta Patty. So I can't remember Yella's name, but anyway, it was a blast. Check them out tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern. Again, I'll be back tomorrow, 3 p.m. For again, talk about jealousy. And Yella just went live. So in the meantime, in between time, Yella just went live. So let me drop his link and then I'll get up out of here. I'll get out of your hair. Copy URL. So follow Nisho first.
Yeah, I just logged into I just popped into Yella's Twitch.
Yeah, he's loading up WWE. So he's doing universe mode, which is where the superstars with the custom superstars with me, Bree, Inya, Nova, Ty Libra, and a couple of others. You'll see them are wrestlers and they fight, compete. My lady won the belt recently. The YPW, the 420 champion. She won anyway. That's something cool that we do. That's also different. We bet channel points. So come check out Yella on Twitch and then Bree tonight on Nisho Gun. I again will be back tomorrow, Wednesday. Beyond that, because I have a backlog of things in my notes. I might even be back on Friday, like noon or 1. I don't know. But I need to do more streams because I got a lot of stuff to get out. So I appreciate y'all. I will see y'all tomorrow or later, whatever works for y'all. Inya, Greg Bryant, Ty Libra, Bree, everybody that was still hanging out in the chat. I appreciate all of you. I will see y'all next time. Mandrell, thank you for coming up and kicking it with us. That video, you did bring some interesting points out of that video. And, of course, that thing is 60 years old. And the conversations, at least among Black people between men and women, are the exact same. Like almost word for word. Exact same. And to not move a conversation one sentence forward is one of the greatest failures in this here United States. Sorry to say. To not in 60 years, you can't grow a conversation one sentence. It's word for word, exactly what people are saying today. Woo! Oh, he moved it to 9 p.m.? Who? It must be Nisho. Nisho must have moved it to 9 p.m. Eastern. So just set up the alerts. Go over to Twitch, set up the alerts, and you'll be notified 8 p.m., 9 p.m. You know. I know it's not yellow because yellow's on now. So, all right, y'all. I did not do an intro. I don't like doing an outro, especially Bree's not here. I'm definitely not doing the Ism outro. Let me see.
Do pass the collection plate.
The collection plate?
Pass the collection plate.
Yeah, pass the collection plate. I like that. I like that. All right, y'all. Let me get ready to head out of here. I hope y'all have a wonderful day and peace.
God bless the food, goddammit. God bless the food. Now, I'm gonna tell y'all something. I'm gonna end this goddamn thing. Look, where's that goddamn money bowl at? Who got that money bowl? We taking that money right now before you leave this bitch. We ain't leaving out here for free, motherfucker. Where that money bowl at? Don't have any fire this bitch off now. Where that money bowl at? Don't you? Look, don't make me shoot it. All right. Officer Tuckerson was already dead motherfucker. I don't mind shooting another motherfucker. Oh, shit.
All of y'all to know that I worked on the whole outro I was supposed to say, and I didn't do any of it. I am terrible. Y'all can hear me over this song. I'm trash, y'all. I'm trash.